You are watching the Inside Edge Network, Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. You know, we will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. You know, and she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Primetime. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
Welcome in, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday. It is August 11th, 2026. So happy you're with us right here on the Inside Edge Network. Day 2 of the new nightly stream, the super stream, if you will. So excited to have you guys with us, as always, in our new spot from 9 to 10, leading into Inside Edge Primetime with Chad and Eli right after myself. here on the program. Do not forget to like, subscribe that we partnered with here at the Inside Edge Network. Also, hey, full show rundown. You get to see when we're going live and all that stuff too. Of course, liking and subscribing, you'll see it too pop up on your phone wherever you're at. But being able to kind of see the full schedule of shows, because we have obviously daily shows too, weekly shows that happen once a week, everything like that. You can find that at InsideEdgeNetwork.com as well. And you can go to the merchandise store too, support local grassroots media just like us, and check it out. Shirts, polos, hats, t-shirts. We got it all for you guys right there at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And we have an app. Yeah, that's right. Over on Roku. Just search Inside Edge Network, whether you have the Roku app on your phone, you have a Roku TV, does not matter. You can now take us wherever. Thanks to Roku. Appreciate them for working with us as well here at the Inside Edge Network. We got a bunch to get into today. I always love looking at the comments, be it YouTube, be it anything that comes through on X, anything like that, Facebook. We get them all kind of filtered in, courtesy of the platform we use here to broadcast to you guys. And there's always, like, I don't know if this is a night shift thing or whatever it is, but there's always a bunch of random weird comments that come in just to start. Something involving AI, something involving Streambot, something involving something. Something dark side, something. No, I don't I think it's hilarious. Honestly, it's fun to watch that. But we got a lot. And you guys will know, I'm gonna say that almost every time we start the show, there's always a bunch to get into. And we got to cram it into an hour, but we make it work here on Unfiltered. And again, a reminder too, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on Facebook. Also, Unfiltered 216 on X. You see the link right there at the bottom of your screen, trying to build up our X following as well on the program. A lot of the stories we talk about, sometimes I'll throw them up on X, I'll throw them up on Facebook before the show. So that way you guys can kind of get your beaks wet a little bit, see what we're going to be dishing on. And then we'll get obviously more deeper into it during the program. Plus, you can have your own feedback. Feel free to comment, do whatever you wish, and we'll be able to throw it up on the screen and we'll discuss as well. This is a community show. That's why it's in the hashtag. When we go live, we want you guys to take part and feel like you're being heard too in your voices. Also, if you guys have topics, anything you want to discuss, people that watch the show, if you are someone who wants to be a guest on Unfiltered, feel free to reach out. We got it for you all right there. You can direct message me on the Twitter or on the Facebook as well. Today, we are going to get into a lot involving just about everything when it comes down to what we got going on here in Northeast Ohio. Max Miller, the deadline's passed. He's going to be staying in the race for Congress. We're going to talk a little bit about that. The FAA hiring an interesting group of people that you think on paper makes a lot of sense, but I got an issue with it. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Also, Toyota, another recall. It's a lot, and it's something trivial that could honestly cause a lot of accidents. We'll talk about that. A bomb threat happening here in Northeast Ohio ahead of President Trump showing up. He's over Expire Academy for Patriot Games. Cleveland Heights making a decision involving wildlife that you may be interested in, and also a local animal, local dog, finding a home. The story is incredible. We'll talk about that later. And a new segment. Again, as I break the fourth wall, AA Anthony Alford, the head of this new block, said, hey, a couple things I want you guys to try and do. One of that is create a new segment. And you know what? Think we may have figured it out. So we'll debut the new segment at the end of the show today. It probably will go Monday through Thursday moving forward. Friday, of course, we have our meme of the week. The picture, of course, is also up on our social media. So make sure you guys find that. But this will be a new thing we do at the end of our programs, leading into Inside Edge Primetime. A lighter note, a lighter way to get in to them with a little bit more of a video presence here too. But first, we have to talk about this. It's the matchup that everyone's so excited. The Cavs and the Sixers are going to open the NBA season October 22nd. Technically, it's the second night of opening week. But Cleveland will head to Philly for a matchup. It'll be the opening night. It'll be against LeBron, the man who spurned them again. Oh, don't we hate him so much, Cleveland? Don't we hate LeBron? This is why the NBA obviously was waiting to release the schedule announcement. And I know the guys will get into this later. I think even Double A is going to talk at Midnight Run tonight about, the Cavs being quote unquote slighted. No Christmas Day game this year for them. Which, I mean, why would they? At this point, there's too many other guys that have made moves that made big waves in the NBA. The Cavs aren't a topic right now. We'll talk more about why they're not in a second, but this was kind of obvious, wasn't it? If it wasn't going to be in Cleveland, he went to an Eastern Conference team. So even if it was Miami, if it was New York, if they didn't win the championship, if it was whoever, kind of felt like that was a layup schedule for the NBA because it's two Eastern Conference teams. If LeBron chose the Spurs or was with the Timberwolves, that may be a little more finagling needed. But in conference opponent, first game of the season, I'd like to think too. If they're not in the same group for the NBA Cup, they probably will be. I don't know. I think that the groups are out. I haven't paid enough attention because basketball is still months away. But yeah, this will be a big deal, and it'll be a good first litmus test. I'm sure LeBron loves it that way too. He loves the attention. He loves the spotlight. It's also be an opportunity for him to, shred everyone out, and it's a big deal from a standpoint of Jaylen Brown going to be debuting as well. Will Joel Embiid be healthy? He says he is now, and he's motivated, but we'll find out then if it's really going to be a big three or it is going to be a big four. But it's exciting, and I don't blame the NBA for doing. Who I'm going to blame, the Cavaliers, for not being more, I guess you would say, kind of relevant in the conversation, maybe not getting the attention they should, based on all this, is this man, Mr. Koby Altman. For someone who's been praised for all the work that he has done with this team, with the championship run, with, being a part of that, with, retooling this roster time and time again, to trading for Donovan Mitchell, to, getting these guys all in place, the drafts, obviously, with Darius Garland at one point and Evan Mobley and trading for Jared Allen and all this stuff, and having this group together. This offseason has been utterly disappointing for Cleveland. And this just goes to show you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Unless you're hell-bent on acquiring that person and you're not going to take no for an answer. And the Cavaliers were the only team that met with LeBron. The only team. And yet it felt like a courtesy meeting. It felt like a tip of a hat saying, hey, when I'm done, one-day contract, I'll retire a Cavalier, but I need a new challenge. I'm probably going to go to Philly or I'm going to go to one of these newer teams just because they have more talent. They're more ready-made to win, despite you going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I heard this take not too long ago, and I kind of want to echo it. The Cavs were an Eastern Conference Finals team last year that didn't look like an Eastern Conference Finals team. Struggled in the first two rounds of the playoffs. Had high moments, but had to go to Game 7 in both the first two rounds. Worn out. Blew that 24-point lead to the Knicks in the second half of Game 1 and just looked shell-shocked the rest of the series. So you would think after going through all of that, and I give Chad a lot of credit on this, you would think going through everything they did, we gotta change some stuff. Brian Windhorst comes out right after the Cavs season's over. Hey, expect landmark changes with this team. Like, this will not look the same come October. And I get it. We're only in the second week of August. But what are we doing? Like, what are we actually doing here in Cleveland with this team? No Peyton Watson, which also I don't think is as big as a move as everyone thinks it is. Again, his timeline also, like Jonathan Kuminga, lines up more with Evan Mobley and less with Donovan Mitchell, which I'm fine with because they've committed to Mobley. He's the guy. Mitchell, he's got his 3-year contract extension. That's great. 3-4 years, whatever it is. So he'll be around. But at some point in those next 3 to 4 years, Evan Mobley will have to take over and be the focal point. Otherwise, he's a waste of space. And I can think of a lot of guys that can get you 15 and 10 consistently, or 15 and 8, or whatever it is. Granted, amazing defender, but you don't pay that kind of money for a guy that's just a starter. You got a max contract. You expect him to be an impact player, someone who affects winning. Something that Koby Altman has said since we drafted Evan Mobley, we've been a winning team. Yeah, you also traded for Donovan in that time span too, so he helped a little bit with that. No Kuminga, no Peyton Watson, which again, younger guy, unproven, but had a good second half of the year last year in Denver and is warranting a lot of attention. No DeMar DeRozan, which is not a piece that I necessarily think is a great fit for Cleveland, but at least it's a wing. And if you can get him to commit to play defense, that's one of the big things for Peyton Watson is the defense. He's expected to be and is a pretty good perimeter defender, so he could take on those assignments of maybe guarding a Jalen Brunson if he really had to, or guarding, you know, a Jalen Brown, a Tyrese Maxey, Jason Tatum if he had to. He can guard 1 through 4 pretty well. So you look at that and you say, okay, Peyton Watson maybe fits because he's younger too and get hungry, something to prove. I still think Jonathan Kuminga is my pick because he wants to be in Cleveland. You have to trade for Peyton Watson, or you have to his contract's got to get matched or whatever because he's a restricted free agent. So Denver they can go over the cap and they can spend on their own players. Kuminga wants to be in Cleveland. He wants to be. For him, it feels like it's either the Lakers or it's the Cavs. Either I'm playing with Luka or I'm playing in a city that I actually want to be in, that I train in, that my agent has grown up in, and that I really enjoy. He likes playing here. He likes being in Cleveland. I said this a while back when the Cavs missed out on LeBron initially. Believe it or not, it's been a couple weeks already. Like, it's a no-brainer. Go get him. If it's a sign and trade, do what you got to do. Go get him. If he wants to play here, he's won a championship. He has the experience. Why not? That's honestly a diving board I'm willing to jump headfirst off into the deep end now with Jonathan Kuminga. Some people on this network aren't as fond of him for, I'm sure there's reasons. Again, the Golden State stuff was interesting. He went to Atlanta. He played well enough in a different kind of role, but he comes to Cleveland. His role is to be a wing, score, to essentially be a sometimes a third or sometimes a number 2 option, depending on the night. And he wants to be here. He likes the city. He likes the team. He likes the ownership. His agent wants to be here, wants to be home. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? There's not another shoe to fall. The last big name in free agency is gone, and he's been gone for weeks. The more I see this happen, the more I kind of look at this and I go, you know what? Chad may be right. They may not sign anyone. The Cavs may not sign a single solitary soul more on this roster. They'll bring in that rookie guard that had a really good summer league. And then they'll call it what it is. Be like, all right, that's all we need. We're just going to be happy to get James Harden into training camp, which they haven't even signed James Harden yet because they're waiting for these other moves to fall. I don't know. When's going to be the right time? You're going to wait till right before training camp, and I'm assuming it starts in like some point in September. What's going to change? The sooner you get this figured out, the sooner you get these guys in the building ahead of time so they can work out, get used to the crew, whatever it is, so that way they're not walking in the day of training camp, getting signed the day before. Build camaraderie with teammates. You could have Donovan hosting something after his honeymoon, which congratulations, Donovan Mitchell and Coco Jones getting married. That's awesome. Happy for him. Like, you have the opportunity then to do this to where you can build that camaraderie before training camp even starts. So that way you don't hit the ground late running like you did last season when you traded the middle of the season for James Harden. And doesn't that move look kind of silly now? Darius Garland in the last half of the season with the Clippers, I know they didn't make the playoffs at the end of the day for whatever reason, but he averaged what, 21-7? He played all-star level basketball. And if Darius Garland is playing for the Cleveland Cavaliers today, maybe you do have LeBron. Maybe you don't. Maybe at the end of the day, he still values Tyrese Maxey above Darius, which is not wrong to say. I mean, I think Tyrese Maxey is better than Darius Garland, but he loved them both, so it would have been more difficult. And then maybe your team is more put together and more ready to take this over, to do this. Maybe you have more of a finite direction instead of now, okay, well, I guess, hey, James is going to be here in a couple weeks. Is he going to be coming into camp overweight, or is he going to be motivated? It baffles me how they just have decided to not do a damn thing. their moves this offseason, besides the draft, has been losing Keon Ellis to Brooklyn and Dean Wade to Philly. That's it. That's all they've done. They've lost players. They added a rookie. They lost 2 rotational pieces. One who was a starter for over half the season. The other who came in with Dennis Schroeder, who, by the way, still on the roster, and did all this. Is that really the answer? Is really, well, we didn't have a full season with these guys, so now we're going to run it back and see what happens. Like, tell me you're punting on the season without telling me you're punting on the season. What is going to change? There's been no emphasis on Evan Mobley. There's been no emphasis on figuring out this James Harden thing and putting that to bed. There's been no emphasis on trying to get one of these other players, be it Kuminga, be it whatever. Well, the salary and you're going to probably have to trade for either one of them because of where you're at financially right now. Figure it out. Free agency's been open for almost a month and a half. Like I said, most of these moves are done in the first week or 2. There are some outliers that are done later, and LeBron decided to hold out and make it a 3-week-long escapade, 3-week-long plus escapade of all that stuff. But now we're tired, and we're sick of this shit, and we want this to be done. We want something to look forward to, and you want to talk about why the Cavaliers aren't playing on Christmas Day, why the Cavaliers aren't going to have as many primetime games. You want to know why? It's because of stuff like this. Make a damn move. Do something to show the fans that you're serious. Analysts right now are still baffled that the Cavs, like, I thought they would have done something. Like, yeah, so did most of us. Kyle, what do you know about it? You don't. Sure, I'm not a GM. It's not my job to trade or to sign players or whatever it is. But kind of the eye test with all this, looking at this team, it's not good enough. It's not as currently constructed. And you're losing pieces. You're legitimately losing pieces, and you have lost pieces on this team that were rotational parts of your ball club last year. We're better? Addition by subtraction? I don't think so. How does that team get better? Jalen Tyson plays more. Of course, that's a good thing. And again, I get that they didn't have enough time to play together. Sure, I understand that. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. Another year of James Harden getting continuity with Donovan Mitchell, that's not enough. It's not. Is Evan Mobley going to take this giant jump that we're all expecting, that we've waited for, I don't know, the past like 3 seasons, and suddenly become a 25-point-per-game guy and be a difference maker on offense consistently? Or is he going to do what Evan Mobley does best, play awesome defense the entire season and get you 17 points a game and 9 rebounds? Because every 5th or 6th game, he'll explode for 25 to 30 points, and then the 3 games after, he'll score under 10. And you're like, oh, you're entitled to a bad night once in a while, but not when you're paid that kind of money. You need to be consistent and show up. And the problem with the Cavs is we're used to stars being consistent and showing up, even in recent history. LeBron excluded. When Darius Garland was by himself on this team, he was scoring 20 a game, being consistent. Donovan Mitchell, for all the negativity in the playoffs, during the regular season, and even in some of the postseason games, you know you can rely on him. He's going to get you 20, 25, sometimes 30 or more consistently. It's very rare that Donovan Mitchell doesn't score a bunch of points and at least make some sort of impact on the game in whatever way he can. If you're talking about Evan Mobley being in that spot, he's got to step the hell up. It's time, because if the Cavs aren't going to do a damn thing, which I don't know, it looks like maybe they're not, then you got to look in the roster. Who's going to be that guy? I made it abundantly clear during our coverage during the playoffs. Like, Max Strus stepped up. Missed most of last season, played a handful of games in the regular season, had no time to really get going. And then when he did, defensively, effort, scoring timely in the first 2 series. He was a part of that. Sam Merrill stepped up, hit big shots in a couple big games, played some good defense, effort. Guys, it's not that hard to be a good defender. It's hard to be a great defender and have that skill set, but being a good defender, it's effort. How bad do you want it? How bad did this team want to win a championship? How bad do they want to prove people wrong? How bad do they want to prove me wrong? That the pieces are already on the team. They just need to play better. It starts on that end. I don't care how many schemes Kenny Atkinson draws up from his time with Golden State or whatever it is. It starts with defense with this team. Especially when you have 2 pillars of it, like Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, that can be defensive monsters. It starts with that. They need more from them. And they need to bring somebody in. Riddle me this, Batman. I don't know who it's going to be, but someone needs to come into this team and be inserted into that starting lineup to play that spot. Unless you're okay with Strus or Jalen Tyson being that guy. I'm not mad at Strus being the guy. But at the same point, feels like you need some youth in there. Is New York, again, going to be a good team? Miami, going to be a good team. Orlando, going to be a good team. Philly, obviously, going to be a good team. Boston, don't sleep on the Celtics. They may struggle, but I still think they're going to be good enough. Eastern Conference got a lot more difficult this offseason. People are coming back from injury, playing their full seasons. People are going to be revamped, new coaches, whatever it is. It's going to be a tough conference. Do something. Get off your ass. It's time. Sign one of these guys or come out and say, we feel confident in this team. This is what we see. We see Max taking a step forward now, playing a full season. We see Evan Mobley finally turning into an offensive powerhouse. We see this kind of stuff. And if you fail and they don't deliver on it, your ass is gone. Because how much longer is this window going to be open to win a championship? The answer is 3 years. 3 to 4 years with this current team. 3 years probably is the more apropos answer. And that's not including James Harden because he won't be here for 3 years. So it'll be 1, maybe 2. You've got to do it now. Time to make a move. We're going to make a move and take our first break here on Unfiltered, here on the Inside Edge Network. When we come back, Max Miller in the news because he's staying in the news. He ain't going anywhere. We'll talk about that. And the FAA, they're hiring some people. Which, again, love people getting jobs. But are these people really qualified? We'll talk about that next here on the program. Stay with us. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. So happy you are with us here on the program. Did want to get you guys a little bit of some breaking news here. It's being reported now, multiple media outlets here in the city of Cleveland. Again, 16 have been hospitalized in lightning strikes that took place during storms over at the Grafton Corrections Facility over in Lorain County. Originally, 8 people have been hospitalized. Now 16 have been hospitalized. Ironically enough, it's going to tie into a story we have later during that new segment I promised you guys here on the program today. But yeah, 16 hospitalized. No word yet on their conditions, but obviously being taken to the hospital. So hoping for more updates. We'll have those shared for you guys, of course, on our X, Unfiltered 216, as well as the Facebook page, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, throughout the evening and throughout the next day or so. Find out more information on all of that. What we know about this guy, he is staying put when it comes to the congressional race here in Ohio this November. Max Miller is past the deadline now to officially be replaced in the coming up election. He's not stepping down from that re-election bid. Now, this despite calls from party members, even Ohio Republicans, which is crazy to think about too, and different people that have been a part of this, including obviously his former father-in-law, Senator Bernie Moreno. Now, of course, Miller is accused of abuse by 3 different women, including most publicly his recent ex-wife, Emily, involving their 2-year-old daughter. We've had this story multiple times here on the program, here on Unfiltered. So if you've watched the show before, you know kind of where this all stands, dealing with domestic violence, illicit drug use being involved in there. Miller's district, obviously around the Strongsville area. as well. The U.S. House Ethics Committee is investigating the allegations upon his request, saying that he has the utmost confidence that his constituents back home know him. This race is a home race. Last week, not only did Senator Moreno say he thinks it'd be best for Miller to resign, but John Husted also called him to step down in the interest of Miller and their daughter, the 2-year-old daughter, Emily, and Max's daughter. Quote, I believe Max will be making the right decision to step aside as a candidate and resign from Congress to focus on what is in the best interest of his daughter. Years from now, I believe he will look back at it and know it was the right choice for her. But Husted getting involved and making some comments with all of this as well. Ohio law states the deadline to replace a candidate is 86 days before the election, as that date fell on Sunday this year rather. The Secretary of State's office confirmed to multiple media outlets in Columbus the deadline for candidate replacement was Monday instead, and it's passed. 4 p.m. yesterday was the official deadline. However, the county Republican Party chairs tasked with replacement are required to give 2 days notice before the meeting. So they would have had to give notice by probably Friday. Like, hey, we're doing this, or maybe even Thursday. If Miller were to resign before August 25th, his name would not appear on the ballot. If he resigns after August 25th, however, his name would still appear on the ballot, but polling locations would note that he is not a valid candidate. Miller has made no indication he is going to step down, which, again, he believes that this is all BS. We shared everything on the Twitter too, Unfiltered 216, the Dropbox that Miller had put out with the different things with his case. We had played part of his clip where he went on X for 20 plus minutes to address all of it. I didn't think that was the best move. I think keeping it private would have been probably the best mindset, or just saying, hey, no comment. We're going to let the legal system work its way through, that kind of thing. Especially if you feel like you have substantial proof that you are innocent, like going and flocking to the media and taking interviews and doing all that stuff. I mean, it kind of looks like you're trying a little too hard. And I know you want to defend yourself, but at the end of the day, there's only one person that's going to judge you. It's Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. So I don't know, what he was trying to prove with that. Now, again, Emily Moreno alleges that Miller did a bunch of things, including holding a gun to her head, threw her against the wall, broke their daughter's collarbone. She declined to initiate a domestic violence case with police. Bay Village police reports show police did investigate the allegations of child abuse, but when they presented the case to a court, the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office declined to prosecute, citing a lack of evidence. So again, a lot of he said, she said. Again, former White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham, who's Miller's ex-girlfriend, has also accused him of domestic violence. A third woman who went to Shaker Heights High School with Miller claimed he threw her down a flight of stairs when she rejected his advances as teenagers. Miller denies all allegations. He was supposed to hold a rally in Strongsville Monday evening. The event was canceled, citing threats to the venue. That I can believe, unfortunately. As it stands, Miller remains under House investigation and remains in the race. He is slotted to face a Democratic challenger, Brian Poindexter, in the November 3rd elections. Again, I'm not one to criticize and to say you shouldn't defend yourself and you shouldn't go down that road of making sure that people know that you think you're innocent and here's why. If anything, there's a level that I can appreciate that from a standpoint of, hey, I actually have proof of this just being blown way out of proportion and all of it. But I would say, and again, this is something I challenged Max to, as well as his former spouse, Emily, and being a father and going through a divorce in my own right, is the most important thing in all that what you have going on right now is that little girl. And they're lucky she's only 2 and she's not going to remember a lot of this. But we're in a different kind of age in social media where she's going to be able to read one day about all the stuff that's going on. Back and forth and the hates and the, throwing each other under the bus and all this stuff. And again, that's not me sitting on a throne saying I'm perfect. I've made plenty of mistakes when it comes to that, and I need to do better, obviously. But my God, as parents, I say it again, get it together. If that means getting out of the race and figuring this shit out and getting it resolved so you can move forward in a healthy co-parenting relationship, do it. He's young enough. Got time to get back into politics. I know you worked your ass off to get to this point, and from like I said before, what I've seen for the most part, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, I really don't care. I care what kind of job you do, and he's done well enough in the position for the short amount of time he's been in it. But some things are just more. They are. Taking care of your home, taking care of the house, taking care of what's going on inside that home feels like it's a more important issue than, am I going to be in the U.S. House after November? You almost hope he loses at that point. So that way he has no choice. He has to focus on this and get this resolved and get taken care of, because obviously the sense of what's going on, there's a bunch of different things in all different directions. And this is not me saying that, he's the only politician that needs to figure that shit out. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people that are in politics that have a lot of issues. The difference is they're no different than you and I, but it's all broadcast. We care more because you're representing us. You're supposed to be leaders. You're supposed to be leading by example. It's something even us that are on this network, that talk to thousands of people a day. We have that responsibility to be better, because you see them. You see us every evening now in this new revamped evening block. You see what we bring to the table. What we say matters. What we do matters. It does for the person that gets no attention and who's never been in a news story, and it does for the person who is running for Congress, Senate, or the White House. It matters what you do, what you say. I'm not saying be always so damn politically correct and being so sensitive, because there's definitely a fine line between sensitivity and just doing something maybe that you shouldn't do. And I think we are an overly sensitive culture and society now. Everyone's feelings. Got to protect your feelings. And if your feelings get hurt, you can't talk about it because it's too heavy. Like, no. The most important growth comes from the most uncomfortable conversations and the most uncomfortable actions you have to take to course correct. Believe me, I've had to do. It's uncomfortable and it's awkward and it makes you feel just rough. But I promise you, on the other side, it's night and day. You're going to feel 15,000 times better moving through. So whether it's going through something like this, whether it's something that's not in the public eye, you live a private life, but you have these issues that you just won't step in front of and deal with. Trust me, it's worth it. It's going to suck. Why sugarcoat it? It's going to be uncomfortable. But the longer you avoid those conversations with the people, with whatever it is that is stopping you, even if it's a conversation with God, the longer you avoid and wait, the harder and harder it's going to get. The longer you deflect, don't take blame for things that you need to take blame for and fix them, the longer it's going to sit in your soul. It's going to fester. And you're just going to keep harboring resentment, and you're going to keep getting more and more disassociated from the truth of what you actually need to do. Best of luck to Max. Love to have him on the show. I tell him that to his face through this, or if we met in person, whatever it is, I tell him. Like, that's the thing you have to take care of. No matter what happens with politics. Another break, and before we go to break, I want to talk to you guys again about Brothers Lounge, which is the new presenting sponsor here of the Inside Edge Network. So happy to have them on board with us. Talk about the experiences we had with them, man, over at Boom Bash. That was fantastic. 7 live hours in a row of content that we did live from there. The staff, amazing. Ownership, fantastic. The different live entertainment. Obviously, not just for Moon Bash. It's weekly what they have. Their trivia nights on Mondays. It's awesome. They have so many different things. The food, the drinks, the ambiance, the energy that brings over on 117th and Detroit. Obviously, their website as well, brotherslounge.com. You can find out everything. You can see the menu, who's coming, when they're coming to perform. That live music scene is fantastic, and they have a great spot there. The concert hall, they have the front stage, they have everything, the outside patio space. It is just awesome, especially during the summer months too, man. And going in the fall with Brown season, it's going to be great to have coverage there. But that being said, don't just take my word for it. Check it out for yourself. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody, on Filter with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday evening, August 11th, 2026. So happy you're with us here on the program. as always. I love when the StreamYard acts a little amok. I'm assuming it's because Eli's doing something weird. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get in. I don't know what it is, but we're happy we're with you guys here on the program. I want to get into this story really quick involving the FAA. Yeah, they are in the news again, and they're hiring gamers to be air traffic controllers. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this. So 2,000 plus gamers have been hired as air traffic controllers. That's what it is. Now, back in April of this year, the FAA announced a new campaign aimed at hiring the next generation of air traffic controllers, citing an increased focus on skills often synonymous with frequent gaming, such as increased problem-solving skills and multitasking abilities. The strategy, well, I guess you could say, has paid off. In a social media post made over the weekend, U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announcing that the campaign has broken multiple hiring records for the FAA, including most candidates hired in a single year. That's that over 2,000 number. In a quote, in April, we launched a new campaign to recruit video gamers as air traffic controllers and supercharge the entire hiring process to get the best and brightest and faster. The results are historic. The secretary also highlighting that the most streamlined hiring process ever. Again, adding that more than 2,000 best and brightest candidates are in the hiring pipeline. It may seem a little outlandish to compare video games with a very important and often very stressful job. Apparently, this idea did not, though, just come to the FAA on a whim, but rather from its own employees. But with only about 25% of controllers holding a traditional college degree, this effort is focused on reaching talented young people pursuing alternative career paths, many of whom are active in gaming. Feedback from controller exit interviews reinforces this, with several controllers pointing to gaming as an influence on their ability to think quickly, stay focused, and manage complexity. The FAA's original hiring window was only available to 8,000 applicants. As of August 9th, Duffy has reported that 94% of the FAA's hiring goal has been met. Listen, I'm not saying it's wrong, but it makes me not want to fly. I don't know. It's Johnny B, who's 37 in his mom's basement and loves playing Fortnite, is now going to be controlling the plane and giving it directions. I don't know. It gives me a little bit of concern. I shouldn't say controlling the plane. They have pilots still for now, until AI gets to another level, whatever. But still, I get nervous when I see shit like this. So take it for what it is. You can read the full story again up on a Facebook, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Unfiltered 216 here on Twitter. But yeah. Am I the only one that's a little uneasy with that? I get it. Yes, some skills that we do apply to that as well, but it doesn't mean that I should be hopping in tomorrow and being an air traffic controller. I don't know. It feels like maybe you need a little bit of training with that. And I'm not saying they're not going to get any training, but it's that's the sole reason why is because they played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, so now they know how to fucking land a plane. It's okay, sure. Whatever you say. Yeah. Tell me you're desperate without telling me you're desperate, FA. Last quick break. When we come back, some news and notes and a new segment here on the program because AA told me to. That coming up here on Unfiltered. Stay with us.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Glad you're with us here on the InsideEdge Network. And hopefully you guys are having a great day. Maybe a little bit better than QVC right now.
This call is great.
Are we in for that or what? I mean, it's so fucking... Oh, no, it's so...
We want to apologize for that. So that...
boy, they're having a banner week over there at QVC. By the way, they're tweeting everything. Coming up tonight, hopefully this team got the W against the Detroit Tigers. We got so much other things going on, the latest on the Browns, and maybe some positive Cavalier news. We got that for you. Plus, the latest too on college football, the college football playoff expansion, and who could be in, who could be out. All of that and so much more, plus the latest installment of Smash or Pass coming up tonight at 11:30, our new start time, 11:30 for Midnight Run, right here on the Inside Edge Network and on the Inside Edge Network app on Roku.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment here of Unfiltered on your Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. So happy you were with us here on the program. As always, coming up, Chad and Eli, InsideEdge Primetime. As always, bringing the goods. That's mostly Chad. Eli just kind of hangs out, but that's fine. We got a lot that you have to talk about tonight as well. Excited to hear them. In the meantime, some news and notes for you as we close the show today. Toyota in the news. Yeah, there's another issue. Got a recall coming down the pike involving some different cars with them. The story is shared on, of course, the Twitter as well as the Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. The best part is, with all of that, I closed the slide with the information. So give me, but yeah, again, it's bad. It's like 655,000. It involves actually a deficient turn signal. I remember enough of the story to be able to tell you this. But it's one of those things where if you're an asshole, it doesn't bother you because you don't use your turn signals. But if you actually care about people and you like using your left and right turn indicators like a good law-abiding citizen, this matters. So make sure you get it checked out. Again, you can find out what the model of the Toyota is if you need it, of course, with those stories. But yeah, not great. Bit of an issue there. And the other news, a bomb threat taking place today. President Trump here is in Cleveland, in Northeast Ohio. For the Patriot games. He was there tonight over at Spire Academy, but there was a bomb threat over in Harpersfield at a McDonald's. Hey, go figure. Trump's favorite restaurant. Luckily, around noon, everything was cleared. Roads were reopened. According to a McDonald's supervisor who talked to 19 News here in Cleveland, law enforcement officials entered the restaurant and told everyone to evacuate. The bomb squad was called to the scene, checked everything out. There was also a white van that was parked in the parking lot. No injuries, no issues. Everything is good. But still, hey, keep an eye out for that. In other news, oh dear, Cleveland Heights making an adjustment. They're going to be moving forward with plans to cull deer in the city. Cull, not call, but cull. If you're like me and you're into the word cull, I had to look it up before I did the story. Yeah, it's the deer population. A little too much. Got to shrink it down. Property damage, different issues like that. Deer coming on the patios, pulling down plants, destroying property, gardens, all that stuff. Obviously, you got PETA and some people that are like, we love the deer. Other people are like, nah, we're good. The overpopulation stuff, it happens. A lot of different communities do this. Cleveland Heights has put off on this for a while, but again, they've decided to make the move to do so. They expect the program to cost in the six figures, and the city will consult with neighboring communities already calling like South Euclid, Shaker Heights, and Beechwood, but for many, the change can't come fast enough. And yeah, I don't blame you. And in a kind of feel-good story here, look at this guy. Isn't he adorable? What's his name? It's Skates. This guy was abandoned by his owner behind a Lorraine skating rink back in May. The good news, Skates has finally found a home after completing a rehab program through Friendship Animal Protective League in Elyria. Skates, who's a 2-year-old mixed breed, was placed up for adoption on Friday, and he was adopted just 2 days later, which is awesome. What a story. He had to go through training, had to go through a bunch of different things, but Skates now has a home. Couldn't be happier. That dog is so damn cute. I'm sorry, man. I miss having a dog. I gotta be honest with you. It was one of my favorite things. Used to have a Siberian Husky, mini Australian Sheltie. They were loud, but they were awesome. Loved it. Okay, so it's a couple minutes before the guys are going to pop in here for InsideEdge Primetime. But we have to debut a new segment because the hand of God for this network, which is AA Anthony Alford, decided to strike down on all of us to do this. So I decided to do it, and I figured, why not make it viral? The Unfiltered viral video of the night. And I can look no further than something that happened in Northern Kentucky, or as we call it, Cincinnati. Check this out. Yeah, that happened. If you're wondering, that was Chris Schiavone. He was golfing with his friends, trying to push the golf cart up, laughing at him in the rain, because, that's really fucking smart. Doing that, playing golf when it's pouring rain with all the thunderstorms and everything. And he got struck by lightning. Yeah, it was bad. He basically came out, put out the video, said he's doing better. He was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. When it happened, felt the shock, lost sense of feeling in his arm and his leg. 1 in a million chance, but it happened to him. Ironically enough, he was undercover with the trees right there. His buddies were out in the open, and he got struck. All things that just goes to show, no matter what you do, don't pick on your friends. Because at the end of the day, you might get struck by lightning. And with that being said, I want to welcome in to the as we move into the 10 o'clock hour. Eli, you're going to have to. Yeah, you got that. There you go, buddy. Okay.
We got it. Hey,
good. Yeah.
Kyle, so a few questions on this story.
Sure.
One, you could technically say that guy was thunderstruck. Flashback to AC/DC. I guess that wasn't a question. That's a statement. Here's the question.
Somebody that used to do puns is no longer on this network, so let's keep it on the road here. Right?
That's fine. We'll keep it there. All right. Number 2, you said that the man was undercover. Well, now what investigation was he a part of?
Chad, you do this every night?
Every night. My only question about that video, I observed something different. Was that the Joker? That laugh right before the lightning strike was diabolical. I mean, you can't do that.
Now he'll never laugh the same again. We'll say that much.
Or is that even lightning, or is that something out of a utility belt? That was. I'm just saying.
It was wild. I thought for sure the explosion was. I thought they'd someone lit a firework in the back of his golf cart. Then I actually read it.
Wild, yeah.
Oh my God, it was insane. But that was our viral video of the night. We're going to be doing that every night. I think besides Fridays, because that will obviously be Unfiltered Meme of the Week. We unveiled that picture last night. But so AA can get off my ass. So that's cool.
Hey, sounds good. Hey, as long as we keep him happy.
We're gonna move you to evenings. We're gonna make this super stream. We're gonna have to try and bring people into the show and all that stuff. Oh, and by the way, make a new segment. You feel that the cracking of the whip?
Dude,
I'm tired.
He look.
At some point, someone's gonna put him in his place. At some point.
Well, you know what? I think if anybody's the man for the job, I'd say it's you because
that's the new segment. Put AA in his place. That's the new segment.
That's
you know what? He doesn't want that kind of smoke. There's gonna be a lot of fire.
I'm a peace over beef kind of guy, but I know you guys do the wrestling pod, obviously side hustle. So if you guys maybe throw down in the wrestling ring, we can find a wrestling ring.
He doesn't want that. I don't care how good a shape he gets in. He doesn't want that. I'm still a big bro. Trust me. He's Pastor CeeLo. I'm Pretty Boy Smooth. And if you're a real wrestling fan, you know what I'm talking about.
That's right. Hey, game recognized game. Right. That's right, Chad. You need to learn.
I'll have to Google it later. Whatever.
Oh, you'll know. Chad,
like every other show.
You'll know.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, another fantastic job. Yes, another fantastic job. We appreciate you. Kyle Cornell back with you tomorrow, 9 p.m. on Filtered. More to talk about in the news world. I'm sure maybe the Cavs will do something. Maybe if we all snap our fingers at midnight, they'll all do something.
Shoot me in the face. Do something, please. Or at least come on and say you're not going to do something and prove Chad right. That's all I'm asking.
Kyle Cornell, everybody, on Filtered, 9 p.m. tomorrow. Kyle, we appreciate you.
See you, boys.
See you, Kyle.
All right, Chad, you know what we got to do. We technically have rent for this studio. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, we can stay. We can stay here. You know what? We have extended rent. We have an hour and a half in the studio.
That's a terrible rent. Who worked out our details?
I don't know. I've seen lots of I've driven past, I've been there, but I've seen some motels that charge by the hour. And usually I don't think that turns out well very often. So we got to maybe,
we need to talk to our lawyer. We're going to do that. We're going to do that while the ID plays. You're watching the Inside Edge Network. This is Inside Edge Primetime. We're back right after this.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right. You're right. Everybody's right, which means I'm Eli Moon, and we are back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on your Tuesday. Thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the last hour of Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Of course, now in the 9 o'clock hour in the evening stream, so very excited about that. Always good to talk with Kyle, and of course, we take the baton, and then later on, at 11:30, double Anthony Alford, Midnight Run, the new start time for Midnight Run. He runs into the midnight hour and then through it. So that's going through the finish line, and we appreciate Double A for doing that. But of course, we appreciate you for being out there as well. Before we get started, make sure if you're new here, hello. If you've been here before, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, whether it's YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. 4 daily shows, a lot of great weekly programming for you. You cannot miss out here on the Inside Edge Network. And of course, go check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Of course, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, where you can read about your favorite personalities. Go check out our partners page. Cannot do without them. The Brothers Lounge, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. We appreciate you. Cannot do without you at home. So go grab something nice at the merchandise store, whether it's a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And take us wherever you want to go with Roku, the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you're planning on heading out. You can listen to all your favorite shows, all your favorite personalities of the Inside Edge Network. Just download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Jed, I always laugh, man, because you made things easier. I mean, you put the ID before the intro, pulling the curtain back here for a moment, and I click it, and that's all I got to do. I can get ready, fix my hair, get ready to go. And for some reason, the last few nights, we've kind of been a little off in terms of, we're sandwiched now. We're not the starters, we're like the bullpen,
It feels weird to come out of the bullpen, but I like it.
Yeah. But the tricky thing is I have my like middle of the evening routine down where I hit the ID, then the spiral intro. Yeah. So I hit the ID and then I hit the the intro, which I forgot had the ID in there, hence the double ID. Welcome in, everybody. All right, we're getting rocking and rolling. Chad, how you feeling, brother?
I feel pretty good. The station has been identified beyond all reasonable doubt.
Yes.
I think we know where we are. That's good. That's good. We know where we are. And it was funny. I actually laughed on the intro because it says, use the QR code on your screen now. And I looked up and there's no QR code. And I was like, well, I'm going to change that.
We did a little bit of a change-a-rooski on the QR code. But, of course, go check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can check all the partners out there. But, yeah, a few things. We got to do a little housekeeping. It's all good. We got the next hour and a half, and then rent's due, and
we're gonna do. It's like a spot the mistake show. Like if you see a mistake, hear a mistake, whatever, just circle your screen. Whatever. Well, don't circle it because you probably
circle your screen.
It depends. Yeah, don't like with a Sharpie or anything. Don't do that. Just maybe like make a mental circle, and then swing back to us and be like, hey, you did this, and you got to fix this. Like, okay, thanks. We'll get it.
Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, we will have a few things updated. Everybody's getting some fresh intros, some new rejoiners. Double A has a new look for his screen, his title screen. So you know what? Maybe we'll do something as well. But we'll figure it out. What we need to figure out, however, Chad B, is what is going on with the Guardians. We promised everybody, the fine folks at home, that we would talk Guardians to start off tonight's show because I feel like we went through kind of a rapid reaction towards them. And it just seems like as the days continue on, the Guardians get further and further away from a playoff opportunity. And it seems like they're going to be sitting out in October. Of course, not a little bit, I'd say a decent amount. A little bit, I'll say when we get to September. I'll give them a decent amount right now because still got a few weeks left in August, but not much time is the whole idea to win the AL Central, which is their only ticket, it appears, to get into the postseason, barring a major collapse from Boston, Baltimore having to cool down, those teams like that. So my question to you tonight is, can the Guardians win the AL Central based off everything you've seen the last few weeks, the last month really, with the White Sox, the Tigers, and the Twins all jockeying for that same division title?
Yeah.
Can the Guardians win the AL Central?
See, that's a complicated. Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Let's start with the good news. We just started the night off. Let's start with some good news.
Okay. Usually I'm a bad news first kind of guy. I'm like, you know what? Just tell me what the worst part of it is. And then hit me with the good news last. So I remember the good news, but we can start with the good news.
Yeah.
The good news is right now, they have a 21.6% chance to win the division. That doesn't sound good, right? No. But this time last year, on August 11th, 2025, they had less than 1% chance, according to FanGraphs. And DraftKings, actually. So they were under 1% on pretty much every metric last year at this time. I guess that's the good news. The bad news is the record's a little bit worse, right? They were 61-56 last year.
Yeah.
Now they're 58-61. So it's a loaded question. Can they? Sure. Will they? I don't know. I mean, we talked about having the divisional games left. Well, I looked, and they only have 3 games left against the White Sox. So you're going to have to win all 3 of those. Losing the series this weekend was tough, right? The bullpen let you down a little bit. I mean, the pitching has been kind of in the middle of this implosion lately where I said they like to walk. They just are walking a lot of guys. I don't think they like to. They're not trying to, but they just, they're not. It doesn't look like the same team. I mean, they need the starting pitching to really round back into shape. They've got a pretty elite top 3, really. The trade deadline, I thought they did great. I mean, you've got Foster Griffin, prior to the Yomiuri Giants, which is fun to say. But I don't know. They've got to get the starting pitching in order. They've got to get the bullpen in order. They've got to get the offense in order. They've got to get the base running in order. They've got to get
right.
A lot of things to get in order, Eli. But honestly, 2 or 3 out of 5 of those things wouldn't be bad. They've got nothing going on right now, and there's still only 4 games out.
Right, but the fearsome thing is if Detroit, obviously, the series, staying at 58-62, 4.5 back, they continue to fall further and further back, and it's just not looking very promising. I got to be honest, and I know I'm the pessimist of the group when it comes here about the Guardians, but a 6-4 loss to the Tigers, this is a very important series, 3-game series. I know Padres, Giants, Rockies, Angels coming up, and those are some pivotal series too to kind of catch some ground in this division race. Yeah. But you can't lose 2 out of 3 to Detroit. Worse off, you can't get swept by Detroit, or I don't know how to feel about this team going into September. I won't feel good. Yeah. This is a team that showed you that, hey, we're going to make some acquisitions. We're going to go out and show you we're all in. Mm-hmm. And so far, for the most part, those acquisitions really haven't paid off. So it's kind of concerning. I know it's early. We're literally about a week and a half, 2 weeks into this experience with the new shakeup of the team, but They got to figure it out fast. This isn't like a team that's 6 games up in the division, getting ready for a postseason run. This is a team that still doesn't know if they're playing October baseball.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to say the trades haven't paid off. And by the way, thanks for I hadn't updated my record since I had 58 and 61 still there. 58 and 61 coming into August 11th.
Yeah, yikes.
How about that?
Yikes. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think Foster Griffin has shown you that he can be a pretty good starter. He was an all-star. I mean, had an ERA under 3 really in Washington. He got shelled his last start in Washington before he came over. So it kind of made the ERA look a little bit worse than it was. But he was under 3, all year. Good left-handed starter. I think that he's shown you, pitched well here once. I mean, it's only once so far, but he's shown you that I think that he can at least, I guess, what he can be here, right? No expectations for him to drop off suddenly, obviously. So I think that's good. And that way you've got Joe Adell, you know what kind of defense you're going to get out of Adell right now. Not much offense, but that, maybe it's just trying to, I don't know. There's a thing in baseball. And I saw that Stephen Vogt had mentioned that he thinks guys are trying too hard. And I know it sounds ridiculous. Like, well, I mean, you're getting paid $1 million, should try hard, right? But sometimes in baseball, you really just, it's a funny thing that my wife and I say to each other. It's like, I'm trying to open a jar of pickles. I can't get it. She's like, try less. I'm like, got it. Message received. And the lid pops right off, right? Like somehow that works, right? It's like sometimes when you're up there and you're white knuckle in the bat and you're squeezing the hand, you just don't have the same fluidity at the plate, right? It's a lot easier to get a fastball by you. It's a lot easier to get you out ahead of a changeup or something off speed. And I think it's just it's tougher to field ground balls. It's tougher to do everything when you're tight and when you're pressing. They've got to find a way. They got to bring a bucket of chicken in, right, and light somebody's locker on fire or something. Don't do that. But they got they got to go. They got to major league it, right? They got to get something to like loosen up the clubhouse a little bit, start having fun again. Baseball's a lot of fun when you're winning, and when you've got like teams in your division that aren't playing well and they're passing you, like you're broken down on the highway of the AL Central, right? Like you're just sitting there and they're going by 70 miles an hour. That doesn't feel very good, right? So you just have to, at some point, you got to let that go and start having fun playing baseball again. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a kid's game, right? That can help. Right now, it just, everything looks like it's going wrong. You've got guys holding on to breaking balls too long. It's just all the classic, like, I don't know, man. Again, like trying too hard. Right? Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but they just maybe need to loosen up and have some fun.
Yeah, but it's also, I think, the matter of the consistency aren't there too, Chad. Jose Ramirez had a down year by his standards. There's been some cooling off. Yeah, exactly. But even when he's in, back from injury, just never found his footing thus far this year. And then you have Rocchio. Seems like he's starting to cool off compared to earlier on in the season. There's definitely some concerns about the consistency that were there, whether it be the past seasons or the past decade for Jose Ramirez. And even as more recent as May and June, you see some of these guys cooling off, and it's concerning because this is the time where we would expect teams to heat up if they're in a playoff race. And Detroit's heating up, Minnesota's heating up.
And this is when the ball flies out of the yard, by the way. The weather lends to that, and the Guardians' offense has kind of gone, they've flatlined a little bit. So
exactly, and all respect to Joe Adell's defense. Obviously, we know what he brings defensively, but we also made the move to bring in some pop to the bat. To this offensive lineup. He was brought in as a 16 home run guy, 62 RBIs in the year. Yeah. We haven't really seen that kind of offensive production even close in the few weeks he's been here. And I know, again, it's a few weeks. A lot could change in a few weeks. If we look back at the end of August and we're like, okay, it was just a little bump in the road. They found their footing. But it is concerning that, Adell, who we were counting on kind of providing some fire to his offense, hasn't done it yet. Yeah. Foster Griffin has been so, I would say, so far in terms of his Guardians run. I believe that he can kind of find his footing, and it will be a good piece for the pitching rotation. But still, to this point, the jury's out. And I'm just concerned that the Guardians are going to be on the outside looking in 7-8 games back by middle of September. And then at that point, you might as well start shifting your focus here in Cleveland to the Cavaliers, who have their own problems. We'll talk about them later in the show. And, everybody's favorite team, the Cleveland Browns. So that's kind of where I'm at with the Guardians. Something that's been a constant, October baseball, isn't going to be a thing. And it's kind of crazy because Stephen Vogt, obviously they avoided the run last year, the runoff from the playoffs, getting bounced from Detroit, an embarrassing way. They end up getting back in the hunt. They win the division. Of course, they lose to Detroit in the wild card, but they won the division. But crazy to think that now this is back-to-back years in the middle of August where the Guardians have a losing record. So it's kind of crazy to think here, or not a losing record, but close to 500 at that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy to think
in the division, regardless. Yeah.
And it's crazy to think that, even at 61-56 last year, this team's never really hit a run that even the 2018 Guardians were on, the 2016 Guardians were on. We haven't seen that. There's not been this inspiring run. I get it. The division lead was awesome last year. The run to the division, 15.5 back. But I want to see a team that actually believes that they have enough to win. And this kind of goes back to everything. They did make acquisitions, but this Guardians team has been, asking, whether they've been coming out to the media or not, you could tell that they needed something sooner. I think the injuries, we looked at back a decade ago about the injuries slowing down a World Series team. Of course, this is way before the World Series. This is the regular season. But you wonder if some of those injuries, the Guardians should have made some moves sooner to fill the hole so they weren't in a gap when they made this move. Hey, now that we're 2-3 games back of the division, let's make some moves. When in reality, you could have preserved the lead or, been in I don't know. It frustrates me that they wait so long. And I know they made moves, but the moves aren't clicking. So I'm a little pessimistic about this team that doesn't seem to be inspired right now playing baseball.
Yeah, I mean, you've got little things happening. Like Stephen Kwan's kind of starting to hit again. He looks decent at the plate, right? And things like that in baseball can be contagious. I know we're grasping at straws here. I mean, I'm not giving you any hardline facts to go, hey, here's a stat that tells me the Guardians can definitely come back. But it's just that, when you're this talented of a team, they're not a terrible team, right? They're
right.
I mean, arguably, I think they're the most talented team in the AL Central. I don't think that's not a stretch. When you're this talented, I think that things kind of come in waves, and the bad stuff comes in waves, and the good stuff comes in waves, right? It can be contagious. So if a couple of guys start hitting, we've been saying this for a long time now, but if a couple of guys start hitting, it could kind of pick up, and it goes on. Like I said, it just goes kind of through the lineup in a wave, right? And all of a sudden the pitchers feel energized. Like, hey, we're getting 8-9 runs a night here for 4 or 5 games in a row. Like, let's go out there and shut some people down and pick up some wins, right? You got to start winning series. If you're the Guardians, you can't keep losing series, and losing game 1 of a series is a tough way to start, like you said. So yeah, I mean, they're going to have to really start with all the fundamental things. Like you're going to have to, it sounds like I'm talking to a little league team, but you got to throw strikes, right? Like, throw to contact. Don't worry about don't be so fine. Just throw strikes and trust your stuff. You're a major league pitcher for a reason, right? Go get guys out. I mean, that's what you were brought here to do. So you just got to do it.
Yeah. And also Slade Ciccone on the 15-day IL right now. So of course that bullpen missing something there in terms of what he could provide. The Guardians haven't really got a full look into what he can provide in terms of relief for the starting unit. So we'll keep an eye on all that. Of course, we'll talk some Guardians throughout the month. It is an important month here for the tribe or the Guardians, whatever you want to call them. I never know anymore. Are we allowed to say tribe? We're not allowed to say tribe anymore, right?
I'm just going to keep it Guardians. That's the name they chose. Hey,
that's fine. That's fine.
Do what they tell me to do. It's no big deal.
I'm a Guardians guy. I just, it's like the hunch of whatever. All right, we're going to break here. When we come back, of course, we're going to talk about the NBA. Nikola Jokic in the news in terms of Greece and everything like that. Is there something going on with an international league and international play with the NBA? We'll talk about that, of course, when we come back. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network, and we are back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Boone. We were talking those Guardians. They seem to be in some trouble. We'll keep an eye on them throughout August and September as they try to win the AL Central and get into the postseason. But as we come on back here, we want to thank you for tuning on in here to Inside Edge Primetime. We're with you until 11:30. And then, of course, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford right after us, 11:30 to 1. The 4-show, 5-hour one stream phenomenon. But of course, Autumn Chisholm on vacation until next week. She'll be back in the 8 o'clock hour. Until then, 9 to 1 just for this week. But make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net if you're enjoying all the content that you've seen thus far this week and throughout the almost year, folks. September 5th, the 1-year anniversary of the Inside Edge Network. So we're excited to celebrate that with you here very soon. But until then, smash that notification bell, know when we're going live. Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Know when we're going live, and also know about the personalities on all the shows at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our partners page. Cannot do without them. The Brothers Lounge, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. And couldn't do without you. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And check us out on Roku. Download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you'd like to go. All right, a lot to get into when it comes to the NBA. We were reading this story the other day, Chad, and when I mean the other day, I mean yesterday. It's crazy. It feels like it was literally longer than that, but it was yesterday when there was a report through Anthony Slater of ESPN. He wrote this out, and basically, it was talked about with Dimitrios Giannakopoulos. I think I got that all right. He's the Greek businessman that owns, Panathinaikos. That's what we're going with, Chad B, because my Greek, we didn't learn it in school, but you know what? I think I did all right. But the team
I looked it all up today. I did. I looked it all up today. I had to know. Do you want to know?
Panathinaikos.
It's Panathinaikos.
All right, dude. Chill.
Panathinaikos.
All right. Well, you know what? The team in Athens, they have made a proposal to buy Nikola Jokic out at the final season of his current NBA contract. Believes he can sign Jokic away next summer. Of course, Nikola Jokic, a 2027 free agent. Talks are, does he stay in Denver? Does he join another team? Does he, what's he do for his NBA future? And now it appears he may go overseas. Of course, there's not a ton of smoke yet to it, but the fact that teams are already reaching out, trying to see what the status of Nikola Jokic, who is your uncommon superstar, not really looking for the limelight, not looking for all the praise and everything. He just wants to be with his horses and play basketball. Yeah, and it seems like he might be in a position to do so if there's an overseas route, which gets me thinking, Chabby, what does it mean for Jokic if he does go overseas? And what does this mean for the NBA? There's some thoughts earlier on ESPN about, the 3 p.m. game on opening night and the international time and appeasing Europe. My thoughts are what we talked about a few months ago, where it was, I believe they're going to eventually set it up to where there is an international league. They're going to have division play, a month where a few of the teams from the international side go over and the NBA go over to the international side. And they play, they come back, counts on the record, and then they have an international and an American playoffs. Two sides, run through their brackets, and then you get the true NBA championship. So nobody can say it wasn't for the world. I think that's where we're headed. What are your thoughts on all this?
I mean, it's possible. But as far as, why not? The NBA has been trying to expand for years into, all the way to the other side of the world, literally on the other side of the world, China, right? That doesn't seem so unrealistic. I think you're going to have to, I'm thinking way ahead, but you'd have to probably ease up on the requiring at least 65 games for awards. You'd have to chill on that with all the overseas travel. But listen, as far as Jokic, as far as what is it, what does that mean to him? Like what would going overseas really mean to him playing in Greece? First of all, I don't know if you knew this. I have a video.
Okay.
This is Nikola Jokic. You would think, he's sitting on a chair off to the side of the court at practice. This is clearly practice. And he would be looking at some offensive maybe film on his phone. Looking just watch the video. Just check out the conversation. I think you'll see where I'm going with this.
Who's that? No. I'm scouting horses. You're scouting? How many do you have? Right now, like 7, 8, 10, 12.
Scouting horses. Looking to add to the stable, right? And I guess if you didn't believe me before, whatever, there you go, right? He's looking at horses. We know Jokic loves his horses. But I took the liberty of putting together a little bit of a graphic aid to explain the difference. Let's pull these up. This is the flight from Serbia to Greece. It's about an hour and 46 minutes, $460. I think Jokic can afford that, right? I think, especially with, a possible new contract coming from wherever, the NBA, whether it's coming from, a businessman in Greece, the business that we talked about that I don't remember how to pronounce anymore, but that's fine. Hour and 46 minutes. He's right there, right? He's got a game. You know what? I'm homesick. I want to go home. Whatever, he can do that. He can go to the game. He's back in 2 hours. Okay. And just in case, I don't know, Jokic, maybe you can't find a private flight, doesn't have the room. He's a tall guy, right? Maybe he wants to drive. He rents a vehicle, big van or something, drives there. Here we go. This is the drive. It's about 9 hours and 10 minutes from Serbia to Greece. Doable, you could do it. Not bad. If you had to do it, you could do it. Here is the flight from Denver to Serbia. We're just going to pull this up here. There we are. And these are outlined in red because this is a no, right? This is bad. You can't do this during the season. This is a 12-hour and 15 minutes, really exact, with at least one stop. You're gonna have a layover, 14 to 16 hours in the air total, over 5,000 miles. He knows that from playing in the Mile High City. But that's something different. Never mind. That's a long flight. That's not 5,280 feet. That's a long flight. And let's say he wanted to pull the driving option, right? From
okay.
Oh no!
You can't do that. Cannot do that.
says there's no roads. So I guess you can't do that. You can't drive over the seas. So yeah, you look at the red line there. That's going to be a tough drive unless you've got some kind of a boat. So no, I think that's what that means to Jokic. I mean, it's funny because when you said that, you go, Greece, like what? And then I'm like, well, wait, he notably, right, when they won the title, wasn't that excited. He became then on the end of, the other end of that spectrum, he became emotional when his horse won, and I looked this up too. Let's see if I've got this. Hold on. I'm going to try this. I'm just going to go for it. The Dujiansa harness race.
Yeah.
At the Subotisa Hippodrome. One of my favorites. It's an all-time. I've got plenty of shirts. They were in the laundry, all of them tonight, but I didn't wear it. But but you saw him become emotional when his horse won, right? Like he seemed to care more about that and have more invested in that than in his NBA career. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Your passion lies where your passion lies. So would he go to Greece to be closer to his family stables in Serbia? I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
Yeah, and also the video clip where he's like losing track of how many horses he has. He's like 7, 8, 10, 12. It's like crazy. And then you also see with Jokic, the fact that he, again, is somebody that is an international star already in terms of coming over from Serbia to play and become one of the main players in the NBA. Yeah. And now he has a chance. The NBA could look at him and go, hey, we'll give you, an extra, a little bit of love on some extra compensation financially, and we'll figure out a way to get you over there and be the face of the international side of things. And we're going to have some other players that see what you do and understand there's a lane to do that. I don't think it'll be, something fast growing in terms of 2-3 years. And now we're doing all this travel, but I do believe in the next half decade to decade, we'll see an international league in the NBA. That's why one of the reasons, again, and ESPN talked about it a little bit earlier today, I believe on NBA Today, about, the 3 p.m. game showing, hey, Europe, you can watch a game now at a feasible time.
Yeah.
Kind of see what that looks like in terms of in the future if the NBA were to go that route. But I think Jokic is definitely the main chip. I mean, the fact that it's already been entertained tells me there's definitely, when there's smoke, there's fire. A lot of times, more often than not. And I believe that he might entertain this, and based off what you just showed, that, it is closer to what he likes doing, and he can still play basketball. So he still gets to do everything he wants to do.
Well, and I think the same businessman tried this last year with Valanciunas, and there were rumors that there was a deal in place, and nothing ever happened. So you've got to wonder, maybe the guy's just maybe he's got a ton of money and not a whole lot of things to do, and he's just like, hey, I'm going to go stir some stuff up in the NBA and bring the Serbian guys. Right? I'm going to bring them home. Right. Maybe that's, maybe he's trying. Maybe he's truly trying to do that, or maybe he's just trying to cause a little trouble. Maybe like, the AFL back in the day, where the ABA, they stirred up a little bit of trouble with the big leagues, and not the AFL, but the USFL, things like that. But yeah, I did that the other night. I did it last week too, I think, on the show. But I don't know. Like you said, where there's smoke, yeah, maybe there's fire, but also this could just be a guy, just like I said, with a ton of money and not a whole lot of things to do. He's a little bored, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna cause some trouble in the NBA again. Like second, third year in a row, let's go make myself known. And that's never bad for business when you have that much money, right?
Oh yeah, never, not a problem at all. But it does make me think. What is it going to look like for Jokic?
Mm-hmm.
What is it going to look like for the NBA? Yeah. In terms of free agency, we were talking about LeBron and all the stuff that happened this year. If that were to happen next year, that'd be probably one of the bigger NBA stories, I'd say, of the last decade, maybe 2 decades, when it comes to what this can mean for the game moving forward. So we'll kind of keep an eye on all of that. Yeah. Nikola Jokic, though, I mean, he's accomplished everything you could think of: MVPs, NBA championships. He has it all. You could really think of the contracts are there. I saw somebody earlier on social media saying, yeah, like Nikola Jokic would turn down like $300+ million. And any other guy, maybe, there's probably about 80% of the league I could hear that argument for. Not Nikola Jokic.
No,
he already has the money.
Very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, he already has the money, already has, everything he wants to do in terms of he's achieved basketball, the peak of basketball, and also, his horse racing. So if he can get closer, I wouldn't say never on this. So kind of keep an eye on all that. When it comes to Jokic, but another team, of course, in the NBA that we need to keep an eye on is our Cleveland Cavaliers. They have still not done anything, folks, and now it sounds like they're getting cold feet on Peyton Watson and Jonathan Kuminga. What does that mean for James Harden? And more importantly, what does the NBA think of the Cavaliers? Not a lot of nationally televised games. They're bounced from the opening night game. lot to dissect when it comes to the hometown team here. We'll talk about the Cavs when we come back. And later on, Tuesday Top 5 coming up at the top of the hour to take you into Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. It's Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. That's Chad B. I'm Eli Moon. We're back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We've been talking Guardians. We've been talking overseas plans for the NBA. Maybe Nikola Jokic on the move next offseason. Keep an eye on all of that. And of course, we'll be talking the Cavaliers as the NBA schedule is out. It's official. And we'll talk about where the Cavaliers kind of stand in terms of national look. And also here in Cleveland, just how the vibes are with everything going on. Before we do so, make sure, of course, if you're enjoying all of the content so far, the discussion, like, subscribe, follow InsideEdge Net on all the socials. Smash that notification bell across YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, so you know when we're going live. Of course, all week long, go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com, read about your favorite personalities here on the network. Go check out our partners page, of course, the Brothers Lounge, Fanatics.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, Fragrances.com, and Omega Video Marketing. And couldn't do it without you at home, so go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader in your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And make sure you take us on the go on Roku, the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you like. All right, let's get into it because the Cavaliers, obviously, the NBA schedule is out and not a whole lot of love, especially early on. You know, for a team, Chad, that was in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I know they got their asses handed to them, but for a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals, no Christmas Day game, and there's, 5 of them, I believe, on Christmas?
Yeah.
And there's no opening night game. You know, you would have thought, okay, the Spurs and the Thunder are playing opening night. That makes sense. Western Conference Finals matchup, and it's a rematch. Perfect. Yep. So the Knicks have to be playing the Cavaliers. And then you look and you see they are not. It is the Philadelphia 76ers on the road in New York at Madison Square Garden. And then, of course, the Cavaliers, their big talk is they get to go to Philadelphia to start their season against LeBron, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, all the guys. Philadelphia, they get to go help them welcome in to the Philadelphia fans a new era of Sixers basketball. So with all that being said, Chad, it sure doesn't seem like the Cavaliers get a lot of love from the NBA. And it feels like they feel how we feel a little bit here in Cleveland, that the team may have taken a step back based off the lack of moves.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule. I think it's the 6th year in a row they start off on the road, by the way.
Yeah, what the hell?
That's crazy. Especially, I get it. You can't, you can't cater to every team. You're certainly not going to, I don't know. You're going to go, I guess, where the eyes are, right? But yeah, like you said, the Cavs coming off an appearance in the Eastern Conference Finals, you would think that would make them one of the, top 4 teams in basketball, or at least considered that way coming back. But I think it's, again, I use the analogy of, the Guardians kind of pulling over on the side of the highway, broken down, and the rest of the division going by. And it kind of feels a little bit like that with the Eastern Conference, right? Like,
right.
The Cavs got to the finals and they didn't play overly well when they got there. We know analytically they won the series. That's no problem. But on the scoreboard, where they usually, keep track of those kinds of things, where that counts, they didn't do very well. And, the rest of the Eastern Conference is just kind of what was that? The rest of the Eastern Conference has just kind of passed them up. Like they're pulled over on the side of the road with a flat tire. And they don't really want to change it. I don't want to take the rim off. I mean, that's, do we even have a jack? Like, what do we do?
That's crazy. Is that next to AL Central? Is that next to their highway?
It's almost the same highway. It's crazy how close they are, actually. They don't run. They're perpendicular to each other. Okay. You can't see them from each other, but they're there. You can hear the noise from one to the other. They're pretty close. But yeah, I don't know why they're all traveling so much now either. I don't know what they're doing. They got baseball and basketball to play. Like, why are they on the road so much? But either way, it's the same analogy, right? It just feels like the Eastern Conference has just passed them right by. Like they're just sitting still. And it's frustrating if you're a Cavs fan. You look at it and there were players available, and there were trades available, and there were just all kinds of things that the Cavs could have done to improve this team. And it didn't have to be monumental, right? It didn't have to be going out and getting Giannis. It didn't have to be, bringing LeBron and Jaylen Brown in and everybody, all the all-star. You didn't have to do. You could have gotten better in tiny little ways. Instead, they jettisoned players off the roster. They've lost players, right? They haven't really. I mean, Mario Hezonja is now a Cav. Okay. Not to no shade to Mario Hezonja, but I mean,
it's disappointing.
Right? Yeah, it's just sort of you watch them and they just sort of sat still. And I guess I'm not surprised that the NBA said, okay, we'll pass you by too.
Yeah, and also you think about James Harden, right? And I've talked about how it doesn't feel likely that he's going to be a Cavalier. Down to yesterday on Midnight Run, I said 55 to 45 to double A that. 55% he's a Cavalier. And then, of course, Jake Fisher reporting that, hey, James Harden's kind of growing frustrated. His camp's growing frustrated, that he waited for the LeBron stuff to sign a team-friendly deal. Didn't work out. There's no other stars being brought in. There's nobody else being brought in. Now there's reports going around the Cavs may not pull the trigger on a Peyton Watson trade, a Jonathan Kuminga trade. So if they don't get the Nuggets wing that, showed out during Jokic's absence last year, I think he averaged 14 points per game and also could play some solid defense. And then Kuminga saw that growth when he went to Atlanta, getting out of Golden State where, they didn't want to play him for one reason or the other, whatever. But if you don't acquire either one of those guys, that can look even worse for James Harden coming back here. And right now it already looks pretty bad because I don't believe, I said this yesterday on Midnight Run, that James Harden's waiting for Peyton Watson or Jonathan Kuminga to structure their deal that he can structure his deal. I just don't see it. And I said it yesterday, I'll say it here tonight. I believe James Harden will be a Miami Heat by the end of this offseason.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't even want to. I'm ashamed to tell you that when you said the Nuggets wing, my mind went straight to food. I was like, was it a nugget or a wing? And then I was like, well, I wouldn't mind it, and that's where I went with it. But what's wrong with me? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Harden. Yeah, it's sort of like the LeBron thing. It's not the same, but in my mind, they're similar because every day that goes by, every 24 hours that ticks away, where we don't have an announcement that James Harden has signed this whatever extension with the Cavs, then I feel like it just the likelihood of him coming back here it decreases every 24 hours. Which is fine. I mean, a lot of people are going to say, well, good riddance. We don't want him back. But I think if you had a whole season of James Harden, maybe that helps in the regular season. I don't know how good he's going to be in the playoffs. Last year it wasn't great at times, but there were also times where he was like your only scorer. You know what I mean? So yeah, you had to deal with the turnovers a little bit because he was the only guy filling up buckets. When unfortunately, see Donovan Mitchell just kind of go away a little bit. They can't afford to come into next season with this roster the same, and then also without James Harden. They've got to do something. I'm not going to say it's going to be a wasted year because they'll probably still get the 4 or the 5 seed in the East, or thereabouts. But I don't really expect them to put up much of a fight and make a deep run in the playoffs with this roster. So I don't know.
Yeah, you wonder. DeMar DeRozan, I believe, is still out there as well. Veteran, a guy who's been a part of some deep playoff runs with Toronto, has always been an efficient mid-range scorer. Doesn't play the worst defense. He's decent on defense. So, you look at DeMar DeRozan, who's an aging veteran. If you can get him for a little bit cheaper, maybe that's the Cavs route. I don't know at this point, but it seems like they're going to have to look elsewhere than James Harden. Even if they land Peyton Watson, even if they land Jonathan Kuminga, I would almost think they're going to look towards DeMar DeRozan, who's going to probably sign for closer to a minimum than he, for lack of better words, a fat contract. And then you got Peyton Watson and Jonathan Kuminga. You can sign a younger guy. Because it feels to me they're kind of starting to usher to the Evan Mobley era. Of course, they're still going to rock with Donovan Mitchell, try to win a championship. They appreciate him. That's why they signed him to that extension again, right? The second one here in Cleveland. But, I think they're ushering towards Evan Mobley, who is still under 26 years old, a guy that they can really shape around, whether it is with Kuminga or Watson. But I just feel like they're starting to try to feel the shift of an era.
Yeah.
If you missed out on all the guys that can go win a championship right now, maybe you have to get young, and maybe that's their hesitation too, is they're having conversations about if James Harden fits the mold of what they're looking to do, not only this year, but the next 2 to 3 years. As painful as that is to hear for Cavs fans, they really looked outmatched in the Eastern Conference Finals. And to your point, is James Harden the glue that keeps them together or gets them over the hump in the playoffs? Who knows? And I don't think he will be, especially without adding somebody else to help take the pressure off of him as a second or third option some nights.
Mm-hmm. I think the likelihood of him playing enough games in the regular season, we've talked about how long he's been in the league, right? The likelihood of him actually playing enough games in the regular season to help the offense, gel to the point where they're, a legitimate threat in the playoffs, and then being around for a long playoff run, or just, I think it's remarkably low,
Right.
That's just kind of where I am. And I think if you're the Cavs, you have to consider that before you sign him to a 2-year deal. If you get younger, are you looking at like not a rebuild, but like a 2-year retool? It would be frustrating as a Cavs fan to see them get to the Eastern Conference Finals, lead by 22 points in game 1, right? Blow that lead, never compete in the series again, and then have to retool the roster to even get out of like the bottom half of the playoffs in the Eastern Conference for a couple of years. I mean, that would be incredibly frustrating. You talk about taking, one step forward and 2 or 3 steps backwards. That's the definition of it. That would be frustrating.
Yeah, but the unfortunate part is the Cavaliers have not made any moves to be championship ready, while other teams, Philadelphia, you look at Miami even, going forward with the star heavy roster. Washington's going to be a sleeper. Other teams getting better. Indiana getting Halliburton back. Boston's still going to be in the running. New York defending champions. And then there's the Cavaliers. So the unfortunate part no Cavalier fan wants to hear is they've put themselves in the spot where now they have to think about the next 4 to 5 years and how to beat the next wave of Eastern Conference contenders. So they may just be outmatched when it comes to some of these other teams. We'll see, but it feels that way right now.
Yeah, it does.
So keep an eye on all of that here with the Cavaliers. Of course, not a lot of nationally televised games. No opening night against the Knicks. That's the Sixers. No Christmas Day. So no Cleveland Christmas Day. You'll get to enjoy your family. You won't have to argue about if you're watching the Browns or the Cavs. Neither one of them are on. So keep an eye on all of that, of course, when the Cavaliers season starts up, how they look. What does it look like with James Harden? We should know here hopefully in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
And, of course, we did not talk about him today, but we'll talk about those Cleveland Browns later on in the week as they get ready for preseason week 1. So we'll talk about all that. Well, coming up, it's everybody's favorite time on Tuesday, at least during the primetime times. And that is Tuesday Top 5. Coming up right after the break. That's Chad Bryan to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network, and we'll be back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a nice, really crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Hey guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. The Cavs, Sixers, they're playing opening night, October 22nd. LeBron gets his wish, primetime. The Cavs, a couple primetime games. It's because they won't make a move. Will they by tomorrow night? We'll find out. Also, we talked about Max Miller staying in the race for Congress here in Ohio. FAA hiring video game players to be air traffic controllers. I still get a little uneasy about that. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. I don't know. Seems a little strange. And we debuted a new segment. Hey, who's going to be the viral video of the night tomorrow on Unfiltered? We'll tell you right here on the program, 9 p.m., all on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you in this mega, big, awesome evening block we have for you guys.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on that very Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We've been talking Guardians. We've been talking overseas play, potentially Nikola Jokic next offseason. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We talked the Cavaliers, and now, in just a moment, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of Tuesday Top 5. Of course, if you enjoyed all the content thus far throughout the week, make sure you like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. 4 daily shows and great weekly programming. Download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you want to go. And InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Of course, read about your favorite personality. Check out our fantastic partners and get something nice from the merchandise store. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. All right, we promised at the top of the hour, and I believe we are right there, 10:59. Look at that. We're a minute early. Chad B, it's time for Tuesday Top 5.
It's like we know what we're doing. Well, it's like you know what you're doing. I'm just along for the ride. But it is Tuesday. That does mean it's time for the Tuesday Top 5 and bring the graphic. And I love that we're doing the little delay between graphics when we switch. We used to be able to hide. Once upon a time, we could just hide behind the graphics, but no longer. Now we have to look nice during these sections too.
Yeah.
So whatever. It's fine. It's another Tuesday. And I thought, what could we talk about? And I honestly, Eli, I went to the family for this one. I said, what should I do for the Tuesday Top 5? And my wife had kind of a funny idea. They used to have a conversation where she works about, just what animal that you'd feel comfortable, if you had to fight an animal. And this isn't like sneaking up on an animal and like sucker punching like a duck or something. Like, not that. Yeah, you don't sucker punch ducks because the Inside Edge Network told me to. We didn't say that. If you got in a fight with an animal and the animal knew, right? This is a sanctioned bout, 12 rounds, whatever. It's on whatever. It's the main card, I guess. And the animal knew they were in a fight. They were gloved up. They knew what was going on. Which animal would you feel comfortable fighting? And then my daughter goes, well, I used to do the top 5 meanest animals. So I said, perfect. We'll do the Tuesday top 5, the meanest animals on the planet. And listen, this is a full circle top 5 list, Eli. I've got survival tips for each one of these animals as well. Just in case you're out in the wild and you're maybe, I don't know, doom scrolling on TikTok and you come across one of these animals from our top 5 list, you'll know how to protect yourself. So I think it's important to just get right into it, to be honest with you.
Yes.
But we like to think of animals as cute, right, Eli? Like majestic creatures that kind of peacefully just coexist with nature. And I think that's true for a lot of animals, really. But then there are the animals on this list. Yeah, man. Look, these are the ones that look at the food chain and say, I don't care what the food chain says. I'm at the top because I said so. I'm talking about animals that don't need a reason to ruin your day. You could be just minding your own business, right? The harps are playing. It's a beautiful sunny day. Just enjoying a nice afternoon in the wilderness, and you suddenly discover that nature has apparently declared open season on you.
Oh, no.
Some of these animals, Eli, they're enormous. Some of them have giant teeth. Some have horns. Not like they're not honking their horn, they're not driving. But and one of them is basically just a 4-legged ball of pure concentrated F around and find out, for lack of a better word. So today we're going to count down the top 5 meanest animals on the planet, like I said. And just to be clear, if you encounter any of these animals in the wild, please do not attempt to make friends. You are not the protagonist in a Disney movie. Don't do it. Number 5. Let's get right to it.
Okay.
I mean, we're not beating around the bush. It's the hippopotamus. Number 5 is the hippo, man. And I gave these animals qualities, right? So its meanest quality is it's their this is my neighborhood, right? They're very territorial. The hippo looks like somebody took a giant potato and gave it teeth the size of household appliances and said, let's just see what happens, right? Despite spending a lot of time in the water, hippos aren't exactly peaceful aquatic mammals, right? They're extremely territorial, like I said, surprisingly fast, 30 miles an hour, Eli, and they run down anybody on the planet with ease. And they have absolutely zero interest in negotiating. A hippo doesn't need to be hungry to attack you. It doesn't need to be threatened. It doesn't need to be having a bad day, hair or otherwise. You can just simply exist in the wrong neighborhood. Suddenly you're dealing with a 4-ton animal that can run faster than you would ever expect something shaped like a beanbag chair to run. The hippo, I think its greatest weapon might actually be its attitude. My river, my grass, and apparently you are also my problem. So number 5 is the hippo. That's the hippopotamus.
A little scary, I mean, this thing has, like you mentioned, the teeth are ridiculous. I've seen, videos of them eating fruit. They're chomping it and going in. And people think of the water and don't necessarily think about some of the fearsome things. The hippopotamus, not playing any games, very protective, and a beast of a thing. I mean, the head, it's got a hard head too. So it's like, I don't know, man. We're off to a pretty terrifying start.
Every single thing about the hippopotamus says do not mess with it. Survival tips: never get between a hippo and water. Okay, they run to water when they're startled. They will trample anything in their path. If you can, climb a tree. Hippos can't climb. They weigh almost 10,000 pounds in some instances. So if just getting the high ground, I think, is your best defense. If one charges, make sure the tree's big enough, though. Do not make that mistake. Don't climb into a small tree and then just get knocked over. Run in a zigzag pattern if you can. If it's chasing you, maybe, like I said, run away from the water, but 30 miles per hour, Eli, not good. And try to avoid low-lying riverbanks. That's the last one. Just stay clear of any areas with like heavy vegetation near deep water. At dusk, that's when they leave to feed, and they will not want to see you there. I promise you. They're not good. They're not friendly. They're not good neighbors.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. You want a hippopotamus for Christmas? Certainly no. Certainly not.
You can sing about it, but if it comes true, it's not the gift you want to unwrap under the tree. First of all, it's not going to fit under your tree. It's going to probably blow out your wall in your house before morning even gets there. So don't do that. Don't ask for a hippo. No hippopotamus for Christmas. I know it sounds nice. It's a great Christmas song, but no, don't do that.
Do not.
Yeah. Number 4 is a little specific. Here we come. Hey. Number 4 is the Nile crocodile. I know that rhymes, but again, that does not, it doesn't say friendly. It's me. I told you I gave these all qualities. The Nile crocodile is a little bit different. Its quality is I'm going to wait for you to mess up. We'll get to that. The Nile crocodile is basically what happens when evolution decides to build an animal specifically for ruining someone's vacation. It is enormous, right? They can get up to like 11, 12 feet long in some cases. And some I think have been up to 16 feet long. That's insane. It's heavily armored. It's equipped with an absurd number of just like murder teeth. And it's capable of sitting almost completely motionless while waiting for you to just make one bad decision. And that's the scary part, right? The crocodile's not chasing you around screaming. It's just sitting there. It's waiting. It's watching. It's thinking. Eventually, Chad's going to walk closer to the water. And then chomp. That's it, right? The Nile crocodile has mastered the art of patience. It doesn't need to win a foot race. I just need you to make that one bad decision. And considering how humans behave around wildlife, that's a pretty safe bet, Eli. That's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just... This is the idea of patience, and counter wrestling almost, where you get in there with a crocodile, good luck. It ain't gonna be pretty. They're lower to the ground than a hippopotamus. They're sleek. They're in that position where they will just mess you up. Yeah. The saying is, "See you later, alligator," and in a while, crocodile. Well, you don't want to see them not in a while, not ever.
No, no offense, but no, not ever. Also, not a good Christmas present. The Nile crocodile, just for the record. If you're
I want a crocodile for Christmas. No,
I don't remember that one. That may be still in the works. But If you're out and about, if you wake up on Christmas morning and you start ripping the paper off of something and it happens to be an 11.5 or 12-foot long Nile crocodile, here's what you do. Well, you're already in trouble. But anyway, when you're out and about, just stay away from the water's edge, right? Just try to maintain a distance of at least like 15 feet from the bank of like a river bank or whatever. That's where crocodiles hunt, right? They're waiting for something to splash around and look like it's whatever. Fight if you get into it and you can't do anything about it. Fight the eyes and the snout. Okay. If it grabs you, I mean, just try to gouge its eyes. That's all you got. Repeatedly strike the sensitive. It's like really sensitive on top of the snout. Hold the jaws shut if you can, right? If you manage to escape that initial strike and you're feeling like, Cactus Jack or whatever, and you got some fight and you grab the jaws and just try to hold their mouth shut because they're not really that strong in opening their mouth, weirdly. So you got that going for you. And don't splash. Avoid splashing. If you anything, just I guess drown, because loud splashes mimic the sound of struggling prey, and it will instantly attract the Nile crocodile to your location. So don't do that. Don't do any of that stuff.
You grab the jaws. Okay, Chad. Who are we, Superman out here?
Hey, I'm just telling. That's your best shot. I'm just telling you. I say it's a good shot. It's just your best one.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm already terrified. What do we got next?
Well, that's fair. Let's go to number 3. Number 3 is next. It's after number 4. Number 3 is it's the African buffalo.
Oh no.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you, like, okay, so its meanest quality, I will remember this. Okay.
Yeah.
African buffalo. It looks like a cow that has spent its entire life being told it's not scary enough. And then eventually it snapped one day. They're massive. They're heavily built. They have enormous horns that they honk all the time when they're driving around. They're famously unpredictable. Maybe that's not the horns it has. It could be something different. But here's what really earns the African buffalo a spot on this list, I think. This is what got it to number 3. It has a reputation for holding a grudge, Eli.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's wild. You might think that you've escaped, right? The buffalo might think you've escaped. And then the African buffalo decides, you know what, actually, we're not done. We're going to circle back. We're not done. We're going to put a pin in this and we're going to come right back to it. How about right now? This is an animal that can go from peacefully eating grass, right, to just launching an absolutely catastrophic counterattack. It's the animal kingdom's version of that guy at the bar who says, I'm not looking for trouble, while actively walking and acting toward the trouble.
Yeah, just looking for whatever type of trouble they can get into. Yeah. And this is the definition of FAFO. I want to keep it a little clean for everybody at home, but I'm sure you can look it up in your search engine and figure out what that means. But yeah, I mean, my goodness.
I think that's something to do with falafels, doesn't it? I think it has. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the buffalo, man, no games being played, and
none.
I mean, just a monster too, and it's definitely at a taller stature. So
yeah,
when I talk about getting a little bit more in the height range, this is terrifying. This is like 5 of AA.
It's not good. Listen, so it's funny because as we talk about the survival tips for each of these animals, they get more and more bleak as we go. Again, with the African buffalo, if you're out there, climb a tree. They can't climb. That's about the only way to escape a charging bull. Try to avoid the dense brush if you're out, right? Cape buffaloes, they hide in thickets and they'll catch humans by surprise because they apparently like a good jump scare as well.
Okay.
Again, don't run in a straight line. Don't do that. They're faster than humans, but they can't turn as quickly, right? Because they're big, they have massive weight, right? So they're not so maneuverable, but they can get going pretty good frontline speed. So just try to, zigzag and stay out of the way. And if you get trampled, here's the thing: play dead. Lie down, play dead. Which, I mean, it may not be that hard, but that may discourage the buffalo from turning back to gore you again. But who really knows? I don't know. I can't guarantee.
Play dead. Yeah. When in doubt, play dead. Just lay there, be on alive.
Yeah, like I said, that may not be that hard after you've been, run over by an African buffalo. So, let's move on to number 2 on the list. As I said, they get more and more terrifying, and it's. I think you're gonna, when you see this animal as number 2, you're gonna go, what? Like, okay. What is, like, how is this? Okay, so number 2. Hey, there we are. Number 2 is the polar bear.
Wow. Bear. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
I know, right? Coca-Cola, sure. I went to Ohio Northern. We were the polar bears. We had Klondike. That was the mascot. Pretty friendly as far as polar bears go. I don't think it was a real one, as far as I know. I don't know how they got the jersey on it and everything. But anyway, the polar bear's meanest quality is you look like lunch. Here's the problem with the polar bear. Every single thing about it is terrifying, right? It's enormous. Okay. It's incredibly strong. All right. It can swim. It can run. It has giant paws. It has giant teeth.
Oh no.
Yeah. And unlike some predators that might decide that you're just too much work, whatever, you're too complicated, high maintenance, I'm not met, right? A polar bear can look at you and apparently just think, hey, that looks like food. And that's not, Eli, a misunderstanding you want to have with a polar bear. I don't know if you know that or not.
No. I mean, I'm scared. What if we give it a Coca-Cola? Is that one of the survival tips?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment, because I want you to imagine yourself for just a moment being on a nice Arctic expedition. You're just taking in the beautiful scenery, right? When you see a polar bear in the distance, and your first thought is like, wow, what a majestic animal. And the polar bear's first thought is, wow, what a tasty lunch, right? And that's what's going on right there. And suddenly you're realizing that being at the top of the food chain is kind of less of a permanent achievement and more of a temporary job title. Like, you just got laid off. Sorry, you're fired.
Jeez.
As for the survival tips, okay, well, we talked about the African buffalo. You play dead with the polar bear. Don't ever play dead with a polar bear. Unlike brown bears, who will leave you alone, a polar bear views you as food and will eat you if you lie down. Do not lie down and play dead. I don't care if you've lost a leg, hop away, do something. If you've got it with you, deploy bear spray very early. Use it when the bear is 30 to 40 feet away, probably coming at you very quickly and terrifyingly, but try to create a cloud, right, that it doesn't want to go through. Stand your ground. It's funny.
Stand your ground.
Well, it's not your best shot, maybe, but running does trigger their predatory chase instinct, and they'll easily outrun you. So you're not going to get away anyway, I think is what it's saying. And if you find yourself, between the polar bear and its refrigerator full of, glass Coca-Cola Frosty bottles or whatever, try to fight back as aggressively as you can. I guess just concentrate all your punches or rocks or knife strikes or whatever. Bazooka, if you got a bazooka, that probably helps. Just right on their nose and eyes. Yeah, nose and eyes again are very, very, very vulnerable to that. So
stand your ground. You want a piece of me, polar bear?
You talking to me? Yeah, well, yeah, it is. It's going to eat you. It doesn't really matter what you do, it's going to eat you. That's my favorite part. So you're like, well, what could be meaner than a polar bear? It's got to be huge, right? It's got to be this, just a giant animal. Number one on the absolute meanest animals of the planet, the Tuesday top 5 list, our champion mean animal. Eli, here we come. Ready? Smile. It's the honey badger.
Oh.
Honey badger don't care, Eli.
Honey don't care. Honey or the badger, neither one.
Yeah. Meanest quality, I don't care. It's what I literally wrote. I don't care. Finally, the undisputed champion of I have absolutely nothing to lose. The honey badger. It's not the biggest. It's not the fastest. It's not the strongest. Somehow it has developed the confidence of a creature that has never once experienced consequences ever, Eli, in its life. Ever. Not once. And I says this is why you don't mess with a polar bear. Yeah. You don't. But if you find yourself having to mess with a polar bear, you stand your ground, apparently. Just fight like hell. Listen, like I said, snakes, bring them on. Doesn't matter. Bees, whatever. I don't care. Larger predators, I wish I had the dump button. Let's go. Let's go. Right? Doesn't matter. The honey badger's entire personality can be summarized as, you know what? F it. Screw it. I don't care. Small, aggressive, fearless, and seemingly incapable of understanding the concept of backing down. A lion might look at a honey badger and think, I could probably eat that. The honey badger looks back and thinks, you want to find out? That's what makes it number one. It doesn't care. Listen, the hippopotamus has the size. Yeah. Crocodile's got the teeth. Hippo's got those too. The buffalo has the horns, right? I'm not talking them. The polar bear has the sheer nightmare fuel. It's huge. It looks like a monster. But the honey badger has absolutely no respect for the rules. And when it comes to being mean, sometimes I think the most dangerous thing you can have isn't size or strength. It's that psychotic level of confidence that the honey badger has. Our number one animal on the absolute meanest animals on the planet for this Tuesday top 5 list. And I'll give you some survival tips, Eli. It's not good. It's not good.
I believe it. I mean, if this is Tyrann Mathieu we're talking about, we got to be concerned.
Honey badger don't care. It's around Matt. I miss watching him play. Here's if you're running across the honey badger out in the wild, out and about, whatever. just back away slowly, right? Don't attempt to confront or corner them because they will aggressively defend their space. Again, they do not care. This is bleak. Protect your groin and throat. They're famous.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man, sharp claws and vulnerable areas don't mix well, Eli. So make sure you know, yeah.
Wear a jock strap or something.
You gotta wear a cup if you're gonna go out looking for
yeah, that's what I meant. Not a jock strap, a cup.
And I'm gonna tell you that's probably not gonna help you, but don't use a stick. You think like I'm gonna beat this little thing off with a stick. They will climb up weapons to just attack your hands and face directly. They don't care.
They don't care.
They'll take a shot from a stick to get closer to your face to eat it. Yeah, no problem. No worries. And if you can, maybe if you know you might run into a honey badger while you're out there, wear heavy boots because their teeth they'll pierce normal leather. But if you got thick rubber or like really heavy soles, that might offer some protection. But I don't think it's going to go well for you. So,
jeez almighty. Well, good luck. Any of you honey badger enthusiasts?
Yeah, good luck. If you're trying to wrestle a honey badger, you better. I don't know. I don't really have any words for you. That's not a human thing to do, but good luck to you. We will see you on the other side. So that's the Tuesday top 5 list. I'm gonna bring us back here. Ever had any experiences with any of these animals, Eli? Any of them?
No.
Okay, that's
no.
I noticed you had most of your face there and everything was fine. So yeah, I didn't think you had. Let's talk about this though. I want to ask you. Let's get back to the conversation that my wife was talking about. If you had to fight an animal, what is one animal that you're like, I could take that guy no matter what? I don't care. Put him in the ring. He's got nothing. And nothing. You got to think sometimes these animals, they think outside the box. They'll get at you a way that maybe you don't expect it. So you got to be careful when you're thinking about this.
I would say penguin. I would fight a penguin. I don't think they'd be that too terrifying. They can't fly, so they can't get away. So it's a mano-a-mano. They're not that tall, so you're not really too concerned there. I think that a penguin, you just kind of you start punching it in the mouth. PETA's probably listening, like, what the freak are you guys talking about?
We are not condoning this. This is not the Inside Edge Network does not condone fighting animals in any way. This is a hypothetical situation.
This is just research.
Yeah,
research.
If you're in an MMA match and you got to pick the highest ranking animal out there, but one you also feel safe fighting. It's not real. It's a cartoon. Picture it as a cartoon. Yeah. Let's just.
I would say a penguin. I just think they really don't pose too much of a threat.
Okay.
How about you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it would have to be something like I always think it would be something small, right? But you immediately go to the worst case scenario. Like I was like, well, what about a frog? Like a frog doesn't have anything on me, right? Like I'm 6'3", 200 and some pounds. Like I'm like 205, 210. I can fight a frog. But then what if it's a venomous frog, right? It just spits something at me, right? And then I'm done. Like all of a sudden, like my legs don't work, and I'm like, everything's purple and orange out there. I don't know. Like I'm dying from some neurotoxin, and I don't even see it coming, right? I'm not gonna mess with a porcupine. No, like you're gonna end up, whatever. You look like a voodoo doll after that. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know. I guess at the end of the day, I just don't really want to mess with animals. But if I had to fight something, it would be. It wouldn't be a bird. I was gonna say a bird because they're small. I couldn't catch a bird.
Yeah, good luck, dude. They got a shank in their hands. They're ready.
Yeah, I would just lose my eyes. That's not a good fight. I don't know. Let's not fight animals. How about that? We're just not gonna do that.
All right, let's not fight animals. Let's not do it. All right, hey, that was Tuesday top 5 here. One more time, top 5 meanest animals here on Inside Edge Primetime. Take a quick pause for the calls one more time. When we come back, we'll have some final thoughts. Haven't done that in a moment. Have some final thoughts, and then we will hand it off to double Anthony Alford for Midnight Run. But you're watching Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. As you had Brian to my right, you're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're not mean animals. We're nice guys, and we're back.
Yeah, we love animals. Wouldn't fight.
Right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Keon Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Keon Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keonsports.com or on YouTube at Keon Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Glad you're with us here on the Inside Edge Network. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Maybe a little bit better than QVC right now.
This call is great.
Are we in for that or what? I mean, it's so fucking... Oh, no, it's so...
We want to apologize for that. So that...
Boy, they're having a banner week over there at QVC. By the way, they're tweeting everything. Coming up tonight, hopefully this team got the W against the Detroit Tigers. We got so much other things going on, the latest on the Browns, and maybe some positive Cavalier news. We got that for you. Plus, the latest too on college football, the college football playoff expansion, and who could be in, who could be out. All of that and so much more, plus the latest installment of Smash or Pass coming up tonight at 11:30, our new start time, 11:30 for Midnight Run, right here on the Inside Edge Network and on the Inside Edge Network app on Roku.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We've talked Guardians, we've talked Cavaliers, we've talked the NBA, maybe going overseas with an actual league. We'll talk about all that. We did talk talk about that here in the show today. We may talk about it tomorrow, later on in the week as well. One thing's for certain, I might need Double A to make me a cup of coffee because words just became hard there in the last 30 seconds. Did real well all show.
Yeah.
And then I had a word puzzle. But we did talk about those things that I mentioned right before we showed our faces again. And it's time to put a bow on this episode. Of course, we did Tuesday Top 5 as well. The meanest animals. Go back if you missed that. Go check out the meanest animals of Tuesday Top 5 here on Primetime. Chad B, we haven't done this in a while. Let's get some final thoughts in. We have an hour and a half now. We've talked about quite a bit today and yesterday. What are your final thoughts on today's episode?
Well, I think this is an important one.
Okay.
Usually I don't get this serious on this show, right?
Okay.
But I got to get this off my chest. We've been seeing a lot of, bad things happen in the home shopping world lately. If you're going to call QVC, try to watch, just watch your lips a little bit, right? Like we don't need to hear. I mean, I personally, it doesn't bother me, but I don't know if we need to hear the F word on QVC, right? Is there anything that exciting? Like, some home shopping network QVC corduroy pants have excited you so much that you're riled up enough to bust out the F word in the middle? Like, what do we got? We got all kinds of stuff going on QVC. Autumn played a video last week. We had, a certain kind of job that was going on at QVC. Maybe it might look like you went to the salon and got something you maybe shouldn't have gotten at the salon. You're going to be in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. You got all kinds of F words. You got I sent you one today. Woman said she bought the sweater specifically for the tassels and she put them on her paisley, and she really wanted to know if the women at QVC knew what pasties were. She was really into it. She was expressing herself, I guess, in a certain way. So I don't know what's going on at QVC lately. If maybe somebody in the QVC front office, is that a thing? It's like employing their family. Hey, call in and just maybe drop a couple F words because you're like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Can we get Kyle? Can Kyle order? Can Kyle call QVC and maybe order something? We can get Kyle on the line and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfiltered QVC. It's a perfect match waiting to happen. So yeah, if you're gonna call QVC, just watch your lips. Be careful. That's
you know what? And I'll add on that.
Yeah.
Not on that exact point, but on top of that, make sure you show some respect and love the people around you. They're not feeling appreciated, let them know that they are appreciated, that they're loved, and make the world a better place. And yeah, if you're going to the QVC, watch your fucking mouth. Okay. But
fucking lips, man.
Okay. But all that being said, that is it for InsideEdge Primetime here on the InsideEdge Network. Double A may join us here when I switch the studio. He did not, but he'll be with you after the break here. Yes, just us.
Okay.
Reds do. We don't have it. But that's going to do it for Chad. Brian will be back tomorrow with me at 10 o'clock for InsideEdge Primetime here on the InsideEdge Network. I'm Eli Moon. I'm going to hand it off to the man on our far right.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold up. We're going to start the show after Eli does the official transition. Chad, please do not leave for my first segment.
I'm here.
Please. We need your expertise in this first segment coming up next.
Can't wait.
Okay. Well, hey, you heard it here first. Double A Anthony Alford coming up with Midnight Run right after station identification.
This is Midnight Run on the InsideEdge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
By the way, based on today's weather, we're getting close to me wearing those clothes that's in that title screen. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is Midnight Run here on the InsideEdge Network. My name's Double A Anthony Alford. Great to have you along here on the program. Remember to like and subscribe at InsideEdge Net across all of our social media platforms, including X, including YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. We're all over the place. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you can find us on the internet. We have a merchandise store, all that good stuff. Our updated programming schedule, which includes, again, one continuous stream. This week beginning at 9 o'clock when Unfiltered. And then if you're tuning in, I got to share this real quick. Also, remember, Roku, search Inside Edge Network on the app. So let me bring Eli and Chad back on. And I just want to share this. We have a new company email.
Yeah.
A new network email.
Right.
Here, InsideEdge Network at gmail.com. Yeah. We got our first email.
Oh, shoot.
Want to know what it said? Why the hell did you guys fire Autumn?
Oh, no.
We did not fire Autumn. Autumn is on vacation because it's like, well, you guys just going to take over her time slot. We did not. Oh. Autumn is on vacation. It was a scheduled vacation. This week has been scheduled for her since late June.
Yeah.
Okay? She is not. She hasn't gone anywhere. She's in our group chat right now. She has not gone anywhere. She's back at 8 o'clock next week.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No, yeah. We are excited to get her back in the fold.
Yeah.
And
whoever you are, you don't even have to stay up late to watch her anymore. She's on at 8. It's perfect.
She's on at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
First email is an angry email.
Hey, man.
That means we're doing something right. You know, I mean.
But if you are a small business, if you have a company, anything like that, or any viewer concerns or compliments, Inside Edge Network at gmail.com.
Yep.
You can check that out.
Yep.
So I had to share that with you guys. Now, that's not why I held Chad for this opening segment. We got a ton of sports stuff we're going to get to momentarily. But this story is too important to not lead with. Too important. So down in South Florida, down in the Miami area.
Mm-hmm.
First off, do you both like steak?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. What temperature do you guys prefer? Do you I like medium, sometimes medium.
Medium.
Yeah, I think medium into medium well, depending on the steak. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then my father for a long time, he used to work at Outback Steakhouse, and I remember there's only been a few times where my father had to look in his eyes like he was gonna put the belt down, and one of them was when I picked up the A1 sauce.
Oh no! Okay,
you don't do that. Yeah. PSA on behalf of the Inside Edge Network: if you have a good quality steak, do not pick up the steak sauce.
Yeah.
Need it?
No. Don't do it. If it's good quality, they take offense to that.
Oh yeah.
I can also confirm that Outback Steakhouse does not offer the services that this particular steakhouse down in South Florida, South Beach, is offering. Let's play the video courtesy of NBC6 down in Miami.
All right. Well, a restaurant in Hollywood is offering a new way to wine and dine. The only thing not required, clothes. NBC6's Valerie Ryan joins us live outside the restaurant with more tonight. Okay, is it busy there, Valerie?
Well, there's no one in the restaurant right now, and there's definitely nobody nude in the restaurant. But the owner says they've started this new dining experience for the past 3 months, and the goal of it is simple. It's to help keep business afloat in today's economy. Nestled in the heart of Hollywood is Class Steakhouse Soiree.
CLASS is an acronym for Culinary Luxury and Superb Service.
Owner and chef Murad Ali says they've been up and running for about 8 years. Now, you can enjoy a nice meal here any day of the week, but there's one night a month where things look a little different.
The first Monday of every month, we have our nude dinner, where guests can come and just take their clothes off and have a great dinner.
Ali says the blinds go down and the clothes come off.
It's legal because the windows are completely blacked out. No one can see from outside. Our staff are fully clothed, so there's no entertainment from us. The entertainment is just dinner.
He says the idea came after the restaurant hosted a private party for nudists.
Once the event was finished, my idea said, let's do it ourselves.
Now the experience is open to adults with a 5-course meal and a few extra layers of cleanliness.
We have a robe that everyone is offered. We have a leather seat cushion, which is sanitized. And we also have a lap towel.
And the concept may not be for everyone, but Ali says that's exactly the point.
This is not your grandpa's steakhouse, okay? This is Chef Ali's experience for people who want to do something different.
So for anyone that does want to participate in this experience, the next nude dining experience is set for September 7th. We're live in Hollywood tonight. Valerie Ryan, NBC6 News.
That's courtesy of NBC6 down in Miami. There's a different type of dinner rolls you'll be smelling if you attend this dinner.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. You won't see jelly roll, but you may see jelly rolls.
Oh yeah. You might smell it too.
Jelly roll. I don't know.
Folks, would you ever? My answer is no. I'm just gonna put it out right now. I would never. I don't even eat naked in private. So there's no way I would do that in public. There's no way.
I mean, you got your mac and cheese balls while other balls are hanging out.
You had tube steak everywhere. I don't know, man. I don't think, and I feel for the people who sit in the booth. I get it. They said sanitized. There's not enough sanitization in the world.
No.
For the guy before me in that booth that just had the meat sweats for the last 45 minutes, right? Sitting in there having bourbon and I got to go put my ham. No, I'm not.
And what happens if you break the seal? And then you're sitting there and you're dripping,
We're not even at that
I think
point.
the bathrooms, you still go up to go to the bathroom.
I hope you still get up and go to the bathroom. But
yeah, I think the house broke and they're just naked. Yeah,
I mean, I see it in the fitness threads or whatever. Like, should you shower or at least wash up before you go to the gym, and not just shower after the gym, but even before? Like, how many of these people? How many people are washing themselves before they go to the nude restaurant?
Yeah, I mean, you can't have lint in your belly button or nothing. I mean, that's crazy.
The least of your concerns at that point. There are other places where you don't want other things. The lint in the belly button is, that's the least.
I love how the chef said that this is first off, this is not your grandpa's steakhouse. I'm like, it's not even my twin brother's steakhouse. If I had a twin brother, it's not. It's not your pastor's.
Grandpa used to talk about the naked steakhouse. I don't.
Yeah. And he's like, the definition of class. I'm like, the only thing I see is ass. If it was, I'm like, what is this? What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean,
you mentioned the Outback Steakhouse. This is the Sack Out Steakhouse.
Sack Out. Mm-hmm. So the blown back. Never mind. All right, let me chill.
Well, yeah,
blown back steakhouse. I mean, my goodness, this is. I mean, do they have another room that you can upcharge? If you get a little frisky during dinner, you can go take care of business.
I hope not. No, I hope not. And that's the other thing.
For you back there, what goes on?
I guess it's just me.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the build-up? I understand. Look, listen, men are men, right? And you want to see what you want to see.
Sure.
But isn't the build-up the anticipation? It's already out there. It's like,
yeah, this isn't a first date type of situation, right? Meet me at the nude steakhouse. Are we going to? It's weird that the date's the first Monday of the month. Yeah, that was coincidence. I don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, they're closing the lines. Don't worry.
Only reservation I could get.
Dude.
And my favorite part, again, back to the chef, who just used this as an excuse to see naked people. That's because this makes no business sense whatsoever. I love the chef said this is Chef Ali's experience.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what?
Fine. Get a casting couch too and add that to your restaurant. Are you kidding me?
Dude, that guy was. I mean, he's trying to get his restaurant views up. In terms of people, that are.
I think he's trying to get his views up at the restaurant. Is what I think.
Dude, I mean,
I guess my question.
Careful.
Choose to answer this carefully. Is this more for like a first date, second date situation, or for established, I don't know, married couples? Like, what is this for? Who would go to this?
Yeah, I feel like if you've been together for like 6 months and you've already seen each other naked a few times, you can get after it. But first time, you're not going to be like, tell me, what you like to do outside of work. And also, damn, okay, hello, how are you doing?
Well, one of my favorite pastimes is eating steak and potatoes naked. So if we could find a place like that. Where you said this was in close to Miami?
Yes. South Beach.
This confirms it. Yeah, James Harden's definitely going to the Heat.
Oh, no.
That's it.
Hold up. I told you, every show we do, it all comes together, right? Eli, what did we talk about last night on the show?
James Harden.
Well, does this make sense? Come on.
First Monday of the month, man. There you go. If they got a Tuesday night game, he's not shooting well.
It's a welcome party in Miami for James Harden. We're all at the nude steakhouse. Everybody kick it.
Hey, there's no way James Harden in Miami will ever do a back-to-back. That'll never happen.
Only back-to-back he's doing is with whoever he takes at a steakhouse.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, is the chef doing his own smasher pass?
Oh, he may be. Oh, no.
Internally, probably. Yes.
Yeah, we don't know about like physically in the real flesh, but
and let's be real about this too.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be brutally honest. I'm not the most attractive person in the world or anything like that.
Don't sell yourself short, man.
I guarantee you, the people who will be interested in going to the nude services are probably not the most attractive people.
Oh no.
Yeah.
To be showing off the bodies.
Probably not a site expedition, I don't think. Yeah. I think there are I've seen things there are medical advantages somehow and benefits to doing like things like yoga in the nude. I don't think there's a medical advantage to eating steak in the nude. I don't think there's anything there.
And I think that
just get it on your clothes maybe, but that's
right. And I think that's the other big thing, right? Like I'm not against like there's nude beaches and stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's nude beaches. You brought up nude yoga, things like that.
Whatever. Yeah.
I just don't. I for actual dinner, steak, mashed potatoes, cornbread. I'm sure that brother could cook.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just your attention should be on the food.
Yeah, it's very Neanderthal like. You just eat your steak, eat your potatoes naked. You have no cover up. And then you might get after it after. That's the bonus is, if the steak's good enough, the price you pay is not the value. The value is what you get.
Like, what's next? We're going to have naked hibachi, right? They're going to flip onions at you. You got to watch where you got to catch it or you're in trouble, right? You got to make them.
Oh no! Was it the sake? That's what it's called. Like
sake.
You don't do that naked. Oh, you got this chef or whatever.
Oh no!
Where's this at? All right.
Yeah. You enjoy. Like, no, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, we don't enjoy. We do not enjoy.
And then, the whole table is surrounded like, yeah. Like it's Nutty Professor. Like, look, Hercules.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What is this?
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. I mean,
people are sweating. Like, I sweat just. I'll put my business out here. Like, I sweat just for the heck of sweating. And I'm clean. Well, so all the sweat,
yeah. It's same. It means you have a good metabolism. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.
Exactly. Like,
right?
The worst, we've had some interviews. I interviewed Tim Alcorn, who, by the way, will join us on Friday at Midnight Run.
Oh, that's great.
Talk about the Cavs and the schedule and the offseason.
Yeah.
But the last time, and I know you guys had Tim, and you guys don't sweat.
Yeah.
When I have Tim, I sweat.
Yeah.
I think I'm sweating right now. And
I purposely dehydrate myself before I come on just so I don't sweat. I've been terrible.
And
shape.
I'm like, if that room is hot,
yeah,
I don't care how clean. By the way, there's this wash. You need to toss that.
Yeah.
With the chairs and stuff, like, we have extra cushions and stuff. No,
I need different Tuesday through Sunday furniture than the Monday furniture. We got to,
can't share the same furniture. Absolutely not.
My strongest point on this, I think, and as we come to a conclusion, at least me, because I don't know how much more I have on a guy wanting to see all his people nude. But the landlord would fit in perfectly. The landlord in the story that he snuck into the people's house, he was nude. He was put in.
But I have reservations.
He booked himself for an appointment. Rent was due. Unlike us on this show, that tenant probably didn't. Never mind. That's illegal.
I wonder how often that chef burns himself, just peering over the,
Dude.
Whatever.
Dude.
It's gross. What's going on?
Can you imagine working there?
Oh, no.
And you're scheduled for a shift.
Honestly,
you can't say no.
Yeah.
Hey, money's money.
I mean, just the tips alone.
Yeah, I mean, shit. You gotta go out there and just look in their eyes, Double. You're not supposed to look, below.
Just the
Eli, they're sitting down. You have to put the food on the table. There's nowhere you can look but down.
No, you gotta look straight ahead, like this.
What is it gonna go just like?
Can I give you your
food?
Yeah. You're gonna have to figure it out, Double A, because I sure shit ain't looking below. I mean, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Final question before we move on to sports.
Nude sports.
But you think Deshaun Watson? Never mind. Don't answer
Oh,
that. Please do not answer that. That's terrible. Do not answer that.
The Browns have lost their starting quarterback. Jeez almighty.
Not a good segue.
I answered already. Would I book myself in a first date? Hey, this is where we're going. Should put that on Tinder. You should put that
questions.
on.
I have questions. I mean, let's, come on.
Hey, you know what? Let's just get right to the core of our issues.
Yeah.
Let's just get right to it.
Let's get to the core, literally.
That's terrible. Would you guys book, this is once a month, if you lived in Miami, you got, both are music and sports fans, the Dolphins lost their 8th straight game and Giannis is hurt and, nothing else is happening in Miami. Would you book a reservation on the first Monday of the month at this steakhouse?
No.
No, I'm already sick of seeing James Harden's turnovers. I don't want to go in there and see him in the booth too, man. I don't need to see that.
Yeah, you don't need some turnover in the restaurant because that's a backside you don't want to see. That's not backside defense. That's backside offense.
I'm out.
Chad, thanks for sticking around.
Thanks for having me for this. This was truly a meaningful conversation. I'm glad.
And that was our latest
We'll never forget.
And that was our latest installment of Love Handles Gone Wrong. When we come back, don't worry. The quarterback battle will soon be over. And then they might go to the steakhouse. It will soon be over. Also, apparently, the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry is just another game.
That's it.
Yeah. And then also, that steakhouse conversation is a good conversation to discuss on Christmas Day while you're watching football and basketball, where the Browns and Cavaliers are not going to be competing in. But my question, I have this thing, it's called a remote control.
Ooh. Nice.
Who, actually, Chad, because you're going to leave here, on Christmas Day, who controls the remote?
Well, not me because I'm married. So
good answer.
No, and even if it was, I have kids, so no, it's them. It's the rest of my family, and I'm just along for the ride. That's fine. I'm the help. No worries.
I do think because we do have the whole sports schedule for it's like loaded. I remember not that long ago there was only like 2 games period on Christmas.
It's all day. It's crazy.
And now there's 5 NBA games, 5 top shelf NBA games. There's 3 high-level NFL games, potentially all with playoff implications and things like that. Yeah. But if your child says, I want to watch Paw Patrol on Christmas Day, Or it's Christmas, you turn the TV off and enjoy, time with family.
There you
What
go.
do you do?
Yeah.
But we'll talk about all that coming up here. Let us know in the comments if you would go to a nude steakhouse. Okay, we'll take a break, come back. Chad, thank you very much.
Yeah.
More Midnight Run coming up. We're here with you until 1 here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Hey guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. The Cavs, Sixers, they're playing opening night, October 22nd. LeBron gets his wish, primetime, the Cavs. A couple primetime games. It's because they won't make a move. Will they by tomorrow night? We'll find out. Also, we talked about Max Miller staying in the race for Congress here in Ohio. FAA hiring video game players to be air traffic controllers. I still get a little uneasy about that. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. I don't know. Seems a little strange. And we debuted a new segment. Hey, who's going to be the viral video of the night tomorrow on Unfiltered? We'll tell you right here on the program, 9 p.m., all on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you in this mega, big, awesome evening block we have for you guys.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
want to thank Chad Bryant for joining us here on the show. You're going to see Eli throughout this next hour here on Midnight Run. But again, welcome back to the show here, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot to get into. Also, if you are very interested in news and community coverage, I thought Kyle did a great job earlier today talking about the whole Max Miller situation. It's very complex, and Kyle's been on top of it. So go back and check that out because a lot of important stuff going on with that. But we begin this hour here on Midnight Run, of course, with the Browns talking about practice. I'm going to be honest, folks. We're not going to spend too much time on this because we got a lot of other things to cover. But I do know today camp was opened up to the fans, so I know there's some definite reaction from fans who attended camp today. So I do want to dive into that. First off, Eli, if we can, let's look at Tracker 01, the photo, 812 Tracker 01 from ESPN Cleveland. There it is right there. Deshaun Watson took all first-team reps, 20 of 29. He did throw his first interception and since Friday. And that particular interception, that's been floated around on social media. Basically, he threw it into double, almost triple coverage. It was a bad interception from the clips that we saw. Bad interception. But there's the stats there. Watson taking the first team reps. Now, the other interesting news, let's take the tracker down and put up the depth chart. That was the unofficial depth chart that was released there. A lot of names, a lot of important stuff there. If you squint down a little bit on your phone or however you're watching, you immediately go to the quarterback and you see that it's Deshaun Watson 4 or 2 Shedeur Sanders. So 1A, 1B situation. Let's cut to the chase. Barring something crazy, Deshaun's going to start the first preseason game. I'm expecting the announcement to come either tomorrow. It has to happen. The game's Saturday. At some point, the announcement has to happen. I think tomorrow we'll get word that Watson will start the first game. But here's where, listen, on Main Event on Sunday, I might have had my, you haven't had a Snickers moment on Sunday. And the conversation we had on Main Event, and I'll just point out what I said. I said on Main Event on Sunday with Eli Moon and Robert Zicki, Sunday nights here on the InsideEdge Network. I said if Deshaun Watson wins a certain number of games as starter for the Browns, and admittedly we're reaching here with only 6 or 7. You probably need, you would need to win more, but I said my belief is that because of the terrible history of Browns quarterbacking, that I believe that, he's not going to get that, another $230 million contract, but I think the Browns would explore signing him to another short-term deal. The understanding, the premise of the conversation was if Deshaun Watson won those number of games. That's not happening because I don't think he's going to win a single start in the NFL. In fact, based on new information and that hideous, and we can't show like live clips and stuff from camp, so that's why we're not showing it to you. But based on the hideous interception and, that has been circulating on social media and that we saw there, I am ready to, if you're a Shedeur Sanders fan, the time will come, and I'm going to actually speed up my timeline. Shedeur Sanders is starting week 1, in my opinion. With new information, I believe Shedeur Sanders will start in week 1. Now, will he start all 16, 17 games? Injuries, it's football, right? But Deshaun the speed of the game. Listen, I know Deshaun Watson knows football. I'm not saying he's a dummy and has forgotten football, but the execution, the speed, and the recognition of defenses, I don't think it's there anymore. I just don't think it's there. Now, full transparency, potentially the reason why we're not seeing much of Shedeur Sanders in high-level situations, potentially. Believe Jonathan Peterlin on 92.3 The Fan reported that he has heard from his sources that Shedeur is battling a blister situation right now. That's what's being reported. So, it is what it is. But I've always said this. Sometimes you got to let things play out. And in this situation, give Deshaun that first preseason start. And you're going to find out against Chicago on Saturday afternoon, game's too fast for him. Actually, thank goodness our defense is a top-level defense. Thank goodness. Because you can actually see all of this play out. And now, you're going to see Chicago on the road Saturday. And you're going to really find out next week with the Buffalo Bills, because we're going to have those joint practices followed by the home game next Saturday. But I think the tide will turn starting this Saturday against a different opponent. And then, of course, the Bills. But based on new information, the Deshaun Watson thing will soon come to an end. It will. It will. Like what I have mentioned, and I'll bring Eli on in a few moments here. I have mentioned, like, if you want to entertain the conversation, and for sports talk, we have to entertain conversations sometimes. If you want to entertain the conversation of what if this quarterback could win X number of games, what happens then? What happens? What's going on? How does 2027 look if this quarterback wins this number of games? But then there's a reality that you can't even have that discussion, because more than likely that discussion is just a fantasy. It ain't happening. So I think even though the numbers are okay in a controlled environment with Watson, the speed of the game is too much. And I think once Shedeur gets a full understanding of Todd Monken's offense, he's your week one starter going into Jacksonville. Let me bring in Eli Moon, host of InsideEdge Primetime, assistant program director here at the InsideEdge Network, and my producer here on Run. Eli, I know you're sick and tired of talking about practice and talking about number 4, but would you be okay if the timeline that I laid out happens?
Yeah, I'd be all right with that. As long as Shedeur is the starter by week 1, that's fine. If they're going to let it play out and figure out what it looks like with Deshaun Watson, then go for it. Find out what we all kind of expect here in Cleveland, which is him to fall flat on his face, and Shedeur should get some momentum. And he's had good days. I know, the common thesis right now is, well, he's been looking like garbage recently. Well, he really hasn't. 17 to 25 today, no touchdown. I get it, but no interceptions. He hasn't really looked like garbage. He's had a few bad days. He's also a second-year pro. I think there's an opportunity for him to become the dude here in Cleveland, and I think we'll see it by week 1. I still stand by him being the starter. I think the Deshaun Watson stuff is going to continue to play out, like you said.
And I think it has to. Like, I think, sometimes, and we always talk about, sometimes you got to let things just play out in front of people's eyes. But I'm just watching that interception he had earlier today.
Bad.
I understand it's only one interception. I understand it's his first pick since Friday. Terrible. And listen, I know it's practice. So sometimes you're working on things. We don't get this full transparency. None of us get the script and what is supposed to happen, what is the coaches looking for in that particular moment, in that particular practice. So that's full transparency, right? But with that being said, that's that type of play has been the norm for Deshaun Watson during his tenure with the Browns.
Yeah, and we're just kind of just tired of it here in Cleveland because we've seen it. Whether it's the unavailability or the lack of good play, it's one or the other for Deshaun Watson. And right now, he's just not playing very well at certain times when there's not 20 yards only between him and the end zone. And I think that's what's going to start showing for the Browns here as they move throughout preseason. That's why they didn't just outright say Deshaun Watson, because it was so overwhelming like other reports were out there. Then he would have been named the starter for week 1 already for the preseason and maybe even further. But I think there's still more legs in this competition than we want to think.
I do want to point out while you're on screen here, a couple quotes. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com had a great write-up of today's practice. I want to read this point here. Now that Denzel Boston, has been promoted to ex-receiver and Jerry Jeudy can play to his strengths both inside and out, Watson has more reliable targets, which will boost his confidence even further. When he has the full complement of weapons at his disposal, he plays fast and aggressively. And I appreciate the brand, and that's from Mary Kay. And there's more context and stuff for what Mary Kay, check that out, Cleveland.com. She does a great job. All the reporters do a great job, covering all of our teams. But it's fine, right? Build confidence for your players, right? Put your players in the best position. I'm very happy that Denzel Boston has emerged. That's another story that we'll get to another time. But you can, build all the confidence you want in the world. If you still are not making the right plays, then what are we doing?
Exactly. And you run the risk of the offense not looking complete. You want to see as complete of an offense as you can under Todd Monken. And the quarterback's obviously the most important thing right now. Everybody else is looking good for the most part at camp. Can they figure out the quarterback room and at least get a competent football team? It's okay if they lose some games. We're not expecting them to go 17-0, 13-4. We're not expecting that. But they got to at least look competent. That's what we're expecting in 26.
Now, here's the key to watch for all these preseason games, but especially the first two. Which quarterback, and I'll lump in Shedeur because I believe, even though I believe Shedeur Sanders is going to start week 1, he still has to take the job.
Right.
He still has to take it. I thought Louis Riddick made a great point that I'll bring up in a few seconds. You got to see which one of these quarterbacks can successfully stack up plays.
Right.
In live action against different competition. Who can successfully, we have the script for you, we have it laid out. We're not looking for simply one amazing play and that's it. Can you successfully lead a drive that goes from, 1st and 10 to 2nd and 3, and then, keep on moving the chains, and then occasionally maybe you have that big play. Basically, what you're looking for, yes, you want that. I'm not saying a bomb down the field is a bad thing. That's great.
Right.
But which one of these quarterbacks can successfully navigate a 10, 12, 15 play drive down the field against another team's ones? That's what you're going to be looking for on Saturday against Chicago. And that's also what we're going to be looking for next Saturday against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, who can string together the consistent plays, who looks more comfortable in the offense. The pre-snap is obviously something being talked about under Todd Monken. So what's that going to look like cadence-wise, and how's the rest of the offense going to react to both these guys under center? So very curious to what it looks like on Saturday in Chicago and moving forward, and then Buffalo, obviously the joint practices later on. Very curious what it could look like for the quarterback room in Cleveland.
Also, Todd Monken's saying earlier at practice that he plans to play his starters only for about a series in the opener, but he's open to adjustment based on what Chicago does.
Yeah.
He quotes here and saying, "We certainly want to be able to evaluate our quarterbacks, so we certainly can't put them at risk if they got their number one defensive line out there. That's probably their biggest item on the table. How long can our starters up front? How long will they play will be determined by their starters. How long their starters up front will play." So that's also a key. Spencer Fan, let's see how that looks too. So, and then the other thing, even just Deshaun, if you're just evaluating Deshaun, and I got Shedeur, getting out of the pocket, but like, can you absorb, can you take a hit if you have to, especially with Deshaun? And I keep thinking back to Eli we had Mike Sando from The Athletic on the other day. I keep thinking back, like, do people really think Shedeur Sanders is not a big body? I didn't get your thoughts on that yesterday.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of no disrespect to Mike, because it's just a survey. It's not him. It's a survey more so. But I don't buy that. I mean, the height and the weight are there. I mean, it's just him putting it together. But people are going to try to poke as many holes as they can into the guy that hasn't put it together all the way yet in the NFL. And it's up to him to have a jump like Caleb Williams, like some of these other guys we've seen recently. So it's on Shedeur to take the job and to ultimately kind of silence the critics for a minute.
Yeah, that's going to be big time. Let's move on to the Cavaliers. I told you we're not spending all day on the Browns. It's practice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's move on to the Cavaliers. The NBA opening day schedule was released. I thought Eli and Chad did a great job explaining why there's a random ass 3:00 afternoon game on a Tuesday. That's with the Boston Celtics and the Detroit Pistons. But the Sixers and Knicks, followed by the Thunder and Spurs. That's the opener. The Cavaliers play on day 2 in Philadelphia against LeBron James. Ugh. And then no Christmas game. And I get, 2 questions to this. Do you feel that the Cavaliers have been disrespected? And if the answer is yes, then the other question is, do they deserve to be disrespected? My answer to both questions is yes and yes.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what happens when you don't decide to upgrade your roster, when you're locked in on your core 4 philosophy and you don't do the things you need to do to improve, and you're watching every other team kind of pass you by on this. That's exactly what's happening here, Eli.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Mario Hezonja seems to be the only acquisition they've made so far. Are they going to miss out on Peyton Watson, Jonathan Kuminga? That appears it could be more likely than not as of the last few days. And now James Harden. Is James Harden going to be a Cavalier? He's starting to grow tired. Jake Fisher reported that his camp's getting frustrated with waiting. They're impatient. You wonder if he'll be a Cavalier. I don't know if he will be. I really don't.
We have a clip from ESPN we're going to play for you here right now. It's Cavs 01, Eli. A clip from ESPN talking about, from David Dennis of ESPN, again, from NBA Today. They're announcing a schedule. I thought his national perspective on how he views the Cavs, how national folks view the Cavs right now, I thought it was pretty interesting. This is courtesy of the Mothership. Take a look.
ESPN has another doubleheader on Thursday. The next day on the 22nd, it's the Cavs, and they'll be in Philly for LeBron and the Sixers home opener at 7 Eastern, followed by Denver in OKC against the Thunder. So the Joker and Shea. For a while, it seemed like LeBron was going to return to Cleveland. So DDJ, when they go into Philly and face off, we'll have more motivation that particular night.
It's got to be Cleveland. Last time we saw them, everybody was saying that they quit against the Knicks. Then you have an offseason where you feel like you're in pole position for LeBron James, and he chose Philadelphia over going back home to end his career. You show up and say, we're the team better than what we showed everybody at the end of that conference finals, and we can still win without LeBron James. This is for Cleveland to reestablish themselves as being the second best team, at least in the East.
So here's the funny thing. Sometimes on our end on StreamYard, the video pauses, but you don't see that on your end. It keeps playing and stuff like that. So some of the key points there, first off, it's night 3, so you don't even play until Thursday. Okay, you're not playing until Thursday. But at some point, first off, on the roster itself, on those who's on the team, you got to look at Kenny Atkinson, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley. You got to look and say, aren't you sick and tired of being disrespected? Aren't you sick and hey, we put you on the schedule because we want to showcase LeBron James, the guy that turned you down. The guy that said he didn't want to come back home. Aren't you sick and tired again of being disrespected? I mean, and this is going to be so funny to me because the Knicks are in an interesting position. The Knicks home opener, they're getting their championship banners. The bigger story is LeBron James in a Sixers uniform. So I'm sure the tone in New York City is, yes, we get the big spotlight game, but LeBron James is the bigger story. We're going to go out and embarrass these guys in Philadelphia. Oh, Jaylen Brown wants to come here, and Tyrese Maxey, and you got LeBron and everything like that. The Eastern Conference is theirs. F that. We're the NBA champions, defending NBA champions. This is going to be our night. The Knicks, they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder. What are we going to do? What are the Cavs going to do? Are we going to play with that same fire or not? Or are we just going to shake hands and say, oh, congrats, Bron, congrats. I don't think that's a good idea. I will say this, though. I am happy that, it's not – here's the crazy thing. We're going to get Cavs Sixers twice within the first month because you're going to have the NBA Cup. The NBA Cup schedule will be released later today. You'll see the full NBA Cup schedule, and we are in the same bracket. All those teams, right? We're in that same bracket. New York, Philadelphia, Miami, and Indiana. We're all there. So that NBA Cup, we're going to get a second matchup with Philadelphia because that first matchup that we're talking about right now, that is not a part of the NBA Cup. So I believe Halloween or somewhere around there until, through Thanksgiving, select Tuesday and Friday games will be NBA Cup games. So you're going to face LeBron at least twice in the first month. How are you going to respond? You're going to face the defending NBA champions at least once, if not more, within the first month. How are you going to respond? Same with Giannis down in Miami. And maybe if Eli's theory is correct about James Harden going to the Miami Heat, same deal. Because the last thing, I'll be damned if we lose to the Miami Heat and then James Harden goes to that stupid-ass nude steakhouse after no. And good and well, some of the Cavs players would go there too. But that's not the point. The point is this. You're going to get top-level competition immediately. You're going to be your manhood. And, Eli, come back on the screen. We didn't even talk about Tyrese Halliburton. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You want to talk about more all those teams that we pulled up, every one of them, have disrespected you in some way, shape, or form. Oh, my goodness. This October and November is going to be very, very telling for the Cavaliers.
Yeah, the Cavs are playing their past, in one way or another with all these teams. It's going to be very interesting to see how they kind of shape it together, what they do roster-wise, or if this is the roster and what they look like. But, this is going to be a big test. Indiana, Miami, New York, Philadelphia. These are teams that, they are going to be running into to try to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals and ultimately the finals. And I don't know. It's just you don't have a good feeling in your gut if you're a Cavs fan right now.
And here's the thing, too. And, again, we'll talk a little bit more NBA Cup tomorrow. I know you're like, why the hell are we talking about the NBA Cup? I don't care who went. Well, didn't the NBA Cup produce our NBA Finals matchup? By the way, I just want to throw it out there.
Yep.
The NBA Cup final was Spurs-Knicks. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not, me personally, if you're talking about the NBA Cup, I kind of wish there was a little bit more stakes. But in terms of us telling a story of the team, this is it right here. You're not looking in the situation where what are we going to do here? How do we look? We're not going to find out till January or February. Oh, you're going to find out right now how they look. Now, when we come back from break, here's the other thing, and we kind of talked about it with Chad. Christmas. All of a sudden, I want to show you guys this. Let me just show you. That's Christmas. Look at that. Look at that. Look over there. That's Christmas.
Yeah.
Look at all those games.
Yeah.
My question, ladies and gentlemen, on Christmas Day, who controls this? Are you going to be able to watch any of those events? We'll talk about that. And also coming up, this quote from, the starting quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines about the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry. Some of you longtime college football fans, Ohio State fans, you're going to get some of these after you hear the quote when we come back from break. Also, we go around the dial and smash or pass. We got a lot more still to do. You're watching Midnight Run. My name's Double A. Eli is with me here on the Inside Edge Network. Back after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. KellyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Okay, I just thought about this real quick before the break. If the first string offense for the Browns is only going to get one series, I don't know how you work both Deshaun and Shedeur. I mean, obviously, you're going to get time, of course, but I don't know. That's still a little fishy to me. That just a little bit. By the way, Deshaun is going to see his first live action in 2 years, coming off of 2 Achilles injuries. So, for the person himself, again, I'm a Browns fan. The best case scenario is that it does work out, but the truth is we know the truth, and that's just what it is. Real quick before we move on, if we're Ohio State fans, stay tuned. We got something for you coming up in a few minutes here. Want to remind everyone here, Brothers Lounge is the place you need to be. At any particular night, there's great music, great performances. Of course, earlier today, open mic nights, a lot of great talent across Northeast Ohio, checking things out, of course. And a lot of great things going on at the Brothers Lounge, including the 1-2 punch, a great drink. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. Great drinks, great performances, great vibes, and great food as well. Chef Wynn handling business. Folks, let me tell you, this is just me, right? Get the nachos. I'm telling you right now, folks. Get the nachos. The pulled pork, barbecue pulled pork nachos. You gotta get it. Full transparency too. A word of advice: if you're, I had to apologize to Eli and to the Brothers Lounge owner Billy because I ordered fries. And I didn't share. My bad. It was too good. When I realized, like, oh man, I should offer fries to Eli, there was like 2 of them left. I'm like, oops, my bad. It was good. It was real good. Real good. They don't miss. They do not miss with anything. West 117th in Detroit Road, Detroit Avenue, right in that Lakewood, Cleveland border. The Brothers Lounge. They're our title sponsor here at the Inside Edge Network. We got more great announcements coming up, including what's ahead for our Cleveland Browns coverage. So we got all of that for you coming up. But again, Brothers Lounge, the home of Moon Bash, and a lot of other great things in Cleveland, Ohio, West 117th, and Detroit. Real quick, let's put up that Christmas graphic again. This is what's to come on Christmas Day. You see it there for those of you who are just listening. 5 games starting at noon with the NBA Finals rematch with Spurs Knicks. And then going all the way down, you got LeBron facing his son at 5 o'clock. And then more great games across the board on ABC and ESPN. And then on Netflix and Fox, you got NFL games, an NFL tripleheader, Packers, Bears, Bills, Broncos, and the LA Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. By the way, speaking of Rams, keep an eye on Myles Garrett, what's going on with that injury situation. So here's the deal. And my question was, who controls the remote? Now, again, because of the fact that the Cavaliers are not playing on Christmas Day, that kind of eliminates, we have to watch something. So for my own family, we're more of a sports kind of. Now, here's the catch. My brother he likes sports, but if he's watching television, he's usually putting on a movie. So if my brother has access to the television first, it's going to be a movie. It's going to be whatever is on Netflix or whatever it may be. No, and I'm not saying Netflix as in flip on football. I'm saying Netflix flip on a movie. What's going on there? My mom typically doesn't care. She's just, and I've been fortunate from that standpoint. It's like, hey, you know, it is what it is. I remember, you know, on my dad's side, it was no problem. You came over to pick up the remote and start changing channels, as long as you had a clear focus on what you were watching. And we're a sports family, so for us, we'll probably this happened last year. We'll lead with the NBA, but it's easier to then flick over to Netflix and watch football. I don't know. It's just an easier flow that way. But Eli was telling me as we were preparing for the show earlier today, and Chad mentioned this too, when it's family and you're over extended family, a lot of times you don't have control of the remote. And a lot of times you got to rely on this to figure out what the hell's going on, what the heck's going on. And I know he was telling me earlier, when he's over family and, you know, the kids have top priority. And if the kids have top priority, that means whatever's on, whether it's, you know, I don't know what kids shows are on these days, you know, Paw Patrol. Is Dora the Explorer still on television? No. Blue's Clues? No. Sesame Street? You know, hold up. Didn't Cookie Monster sing the Star Spangled Banner or whatever at the Cubs game the other day? Miss Rachel. Eli, who is Miss Rachel? Who is this woman? I don't.
She is basically taking over every television and every family across America. She helps teach the kids math and spelling and everything. Basically, think of like Blue's Clues, but like more like, you know, people go crazy for Miss Rachel. Like you know, it's funny. Like my sister joked the one time when her daughter Arrow, my niece, you know, was being like one. She's 2 now, but like when she was turning 1 and like in her 1-year-old stage, my sister would be like, you know, what, you want to watch your mom, Miss Rachel? And she put Miss Rachel on, and my niece would go nuts. She's like, oh, let's go, and like just locked in. But yeah, man, it's Miss Rachel.
Whoever this woman is,
yeah,
ain't got nothing on Mr. Rogers.
No, I mean she's starting to make a wave, bro. And the political side, people don't like her for what she's doing. I guess for the kid, it's weird. It's weird. She's in a whole.
Is she talking politics on a kids show?
No, she's not talking politics. But they were trying to get her canceled for, and I don't know all the specifics, but they were trying to get Miss Rachel canceled at one point. I don't remember exactly why canceled. Let me see. She faced basically stuff over, you know, in terms of international stuff, Gaza, all that stuff. And so they're trying to get her canceled. And
so apparently the biggest political stories today is Max Miller, AOC freezing her eggs.
Yeah. Wait, like her eggs from chickens?
Yeah, I guess, sure.
Okay.
And Miss Rachel.
Yeah.
On the WNBA, of course.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you know, I told you because when it comes to the TV, you know, at Mama Moon's house, I could tell her boyfriend, like, hey, you know, Mark, let's watch the, you know, football. Football's on 7-7 Bears, you know, Packers right now. But if the grandkids want to watch Miss Rachel or, you know, spooky, scary skeletons, whatever, then it is up to the kids. It's up to the grandbabies.
I think Cleveland Browns football is spooky skeleton scariness.
Yeah.
30 years.
You're damn right. But yeah, I don't get much to say.
I think you would get that. I honestly put the Browns on Nick Jr.
Yeah. I mean, we don't get much of a say over in the Moon household, the gentlemen, in the house. So we just kind of sit back and relax.
You know what I love real quick, and then we'll get to Ohio State. You know what I love?
What's that?
Every generation says that their kids' shows are better than the generation after us.
Yes.
Every generation does this.
Yeah, but ours are the best. There's no argument. There's no argument.
Like,
we have SpongeBob. Dexter's Laboratory, Scooby-Doo. There's so many great ones. Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron. Yeah.
Yeah, like we have our generation, we have classics. And then you have these teenagers, little kids coming around and talking about like, oh, but we got Miss Rachel and we got, before that, Teen Titans Go, like, out of here. No.
Yeah.
Or whatever shows that they show now on whatever, no, we got, but like the generation before us, but we had the Smurfs.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not hearing that shit. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Get out of
Oh,
here.
we had the Smurfs and Ghostbusters. We had that. Like, all right.
Yeah, all right, buddy.
All right. Oh,
okay.
We had Yogi Bear and Boo Boo.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'm not saying they're bad shows. They're great, but you didn't know what it was like waking up in the morning, Saturday mornings, watching Fox Kids and Kids WB and Nickelodeon and all that stuff. We had Magic School Bus. See, that was our education. Magic School Bus.
Yeah.
Learnings.
Well, at least they didn't say it was just another show. That it's just, different shows and interchangeable, and it is what it is.
We will do an episode of Midnight Run in the future where we, as adults, break down some of these kids shows that we were watching.
All right.
Like, that's an actual homework assignment. We'll do it. And because honestly, you need like probably a half an episode to break some of these shows down. Because we know Scooby-Doo is for potheads. That's already been established.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. What do you need a big machine for?
It's a mystery machine. It's
a mystery machine. My bad. What do you need the mystery machine for? What mysteries are you solving in that big ass van? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I get you.
And why? And why? And why? Oh, gang, we got to split up. Same pairings every time.
Yeah,
and nobody wants Velma in their group.
She always loses her freaking glasses, bro. It's a pain in the ass.
Real talk. She solves the cases, but still holds everyone back.
Yeah. It's like she'd be tier two investigator.
Hold up, right now. Hold up. The tiers list, Scooby-Doo edition. Here we go. Scooby-Doo tier 1, title person of the show. Elite case solver, elite finding his way through cases.
Yep.
Shaggy's the best character in the show. Tier 1 can eat everything, has the most common sense, knows when to get out of situations. He eats a ton and still stays skinny. I think we know why. But he can do it all. It all makes sense. Fred.
Tier 4.
Actually,
Tier 4.
No, because that's unproven. He's proven.
Tier 5.
Tier 5.
Tier 5.
Tier 5.
Yeah. And then I feel like Daphne and Daphne's tier 3. She needs help along with everybody. And Velma's tier 2. She just doesn't get it done all the time.
Yeah. Velma's Dak Prescott. There's, she could solve the cases, but there's some limitations.
Sure is.
That could hold back the case from being solved at an efficient manner. Fred is a terrible leader. Fred is horrible. Like, what are you doing?
Not great.
What are you doing?
Not great.
Not great. What are your plays that you're trying to lead out there? Okay. Let's move on. All right. John Fanta of NBC Sports did a great job with some of these with this interview with Bryce Underwood. Now, Bryce Underwood, if you didn't know, is the starting quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines. And in the new age era of college football, where we're placing more emphasis on the college football playoff and winning titles, do certain rivalries still matter? And the one rivalry here in Ohio and Michigan and across the country that matters maybe more than any other is Ohio State versus Michigan, or the team up north. But Bryce Underwood, the quarterback for the team up north, Michigan, had this to say to John Fanta.
How do you define the game?
It's a blessing to be in. Very physical. Like I said, it's all around taxing mentally. Physically, you got to stay strong mentally. You got to stay strong physically. You can't quit. Can't give up.
When you think about your first meeting with Ohio State, what comes to mind?
I lost. So that's all it is.
Does that drive you?
I mean, my goal is to be 1-0 every day. You know, Saturdays I want to be 1-0. Sundays I want to be 1-0. Mondays I want to be 1-0. So that's what drives me.
How much different is that game from any other you've played in?
It's just another game, just with guys in a different color. That's how I see it.
Okay. We got a lot to dive in with this when we come back from break. Is Michigan and Ohio State, is it just another game? Are we misunderstanding what this game is? And is it right to say that? Even if you feel that it is just that, is it right to say that? We'll talk about that. Also coming up after the break, we're going to go around the dial. We got a couple of reports for you coming up after the break from across the NFL, a couple of quarterback battles across the league. The Vikings, they made news naming Kyler Murray their starter. We'll get local reaction from Minneapolis on that situation and whether or not Kyler, this is a first take type of question. I hate these type of questions, but it's kind of relevant in this particular discussion. Did Kyler Murray win the job or J.J. McCarthy lose the job? And for that particular situation, that question is actually pretty important. We'll explain coming up next. And then also the Arizona Cardinals. We saw them in the Hall of Fame game last week. We saw Carson Beck perform. I got a radio host in Arizona talking about similarities between Carson Beck and Dak Prescott. You'll hear those thoughts, all that coming up. Plus, today's edition of Smash or Pass. What if I presented to you a burger and the bread is a Domino's cheesy bread with pepperoni? You best need to stick around for this final segment. More when we come back from break.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, final segment of the show. Got a lot to get into here. Bryce Underwood of Michigan, the starting quarterback for Michigan, pretty much said that the game, Ohio State, is just another game. Now, Michigan fans are not happy about that because last year, Ohio State defeated Michigan 27-9. And Bryce Underwood in that game was 8 of 18 for 63 yards and 1 interception. Meanwhile, Julian Sayin, our guy, 19 of 26, 233 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick in that game. But with that being said, the rivalry still matters. But it is another game now. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I even had to go back and think about what happened in that game last year because the more important takeaway was not what we did to Michigan, but the following week, Ohio State losing to Indiana and then losing in the college football playoff to Miami. So I have a hard time right now thinking to myself, but we beat Michigan. I'm glad we beat Michigan. It's great that we beat Michigan, but just the state of affairs with college football, the way things are, it is just another game. It is. And imagine right now in the environment, and this topic might need more time tomorrow, and I do want to dive more into it tomorrow. Imagine selling to 18, 19, 20-year-olds right now that rivalry games matter when every single week on College Game Day, Big Noon Saturday, podcast, and other shows are breaking down week by week whether or not your team belongs in the playoff. And realignment and whether or not you're a championship contending team. Okay, if those are the priorities, then yes, Ohio State, Michigan in 2026 could simply just be another game. And here's the kicker. I'm not saying it's not important. Yes, it's important. And yes, we want to win that game. Of course, we want to win that game. But I also want to beat Indiana. I also want to beat USC. I also want to beat Penn State. I also want to beat Michigan State or some of these other teams, Oregon. I want to beat those teams too. So, yes, in the grand scheme of things, while it is an important game, what's more important is winning a national title. I mean, what? Ryan Day doesn't have a good record against Michigan. That's a known fact, right? But what does Ryan Day have that matters more than a losing record against Michigan? A national title. A national title. And that run a couple seasons ago where they lost to Michigan, but then ran the board in the playoff, got hot in the playoff, that 4-game stretch in the college football playoff, and won the national title. Are we sitting here saying, but damn, we didn't beat Michigan? Michigan fans will tell you that. We don't care. We won the title. That's just what it is. I want to dive more into this topic tomorrow because I don't think Bryce Underwood, he's the wrong messenger because he got his behind kicked in the game. So he's probably the wrong guy to say it. But it's a perspective of, we was just talking last segment about, kids shows and stuff like that, and how different generations see things. I think it's true here with sports. Different generations see sports a certain way. They just do. Maybe and generations older than me see sports in a different way. Me being 34 years old, my introduction to college football was from the BCS, and really the introduction of the BCS to then the growth of the BCS to then now the college football playoff and now the expanded college football playoff. I'll tell you right now, what kind of soured the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry for me a little bit. I'm not saying it's not important. It is. I want them to win. But I'll tell you what did it for me. 2006, I thought we had it all. 2006, I thought we had it all. 1 versus 2, we beat Michigan. The Big Ten's at its absolute peak in 2006. We beat Michigan. And then Florida ran us out of the gym in the national championship game. We overlooked Florida. We thought we won the national title because we beat Michigan. I remember us ending our season getting bent over, whatever, by Florida after Tegan was hurt. So there you go. It's just one of those things. I don't know. Let's do this just for time purposes. I want to get to Carson Beck. I thought this commentary was very interesting. Carson Beck, you saw him in the Hall of Fame game. Again, an older player, an older rookie. Check out Arizona Sports, 98.7 out of Phoenix, Arizona. And what their host had to say about Carson Beck, maybe a comparison to Dak Prescott. Take a look.
There is an awful lot of similarities between Dak and Carson Beck when you look at the round they were drafted in. Beck was the 3rd, Prescott was the 4th. Right. When you look at how much college experience they brought to the party, I mean, there was, and we talked about this, we didn't have a show yesterday, we talked about a little bit about this on Wednesday. Not that we expected Carson Beck to do great, but I think we had even had a conversation like, look, if ever there was a quarterback who's probably more ready for this moment than your typical rookie, It's Carson Beck.
Yeah.
He's played a lot of college football, and he's played a lot of high-level college football. He's won a lot of games, and he won a championship, and he gets it, man. He played in the SEC, and he played for Miami. He knows.
There is a strong chance Carson Beck will be starting some games for Arizona this year. There's a chance. We're going to see how the preseason plays out. Of course, Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett got paid, but the biggest question, stats-wise, Jacoby threw the football a ton, but there were no W's. I think it was only one win. I think it was 1 of 11. 1 in 11 last season, Jacoby Brissett. If they get Carson Beck ready to go, and Chris Collinsworth last week, he made a joke on the air. You know, Beck did a Patrick Mahomes sidearm throw. And I laughed because I've seen this clip like 3,000 times. And the first 2,999 times that I watched this, I thought the clip was, you know, oh, look at that throw right there. Oh, well, you know, here's a guy, you know, he kind of looks like, and Tirico stepped in like, don't start. It's the first game. I thought he was making a Patrick Mahomes joke because it's Chris Collinsworth. And shout out to Chris Collinsworth. He has leaned all the way in on his love for Patrick Mahomes, and I greatly appreciate that. Absolute love for Chris Collinsworth. But the final time that I listened to it, he was alluding to, he's like, oh no. And then the last part, he was like, maybe Arizona QB battle. Don't start. There could be a little noise with the quarterback battle in Arizona. We don't have time to play the KFAN clip tonight. We'll play it for you tomorrow. But it's interesting. Rocky Rivers, not the one we have here in Northeast Ohio, but, you know, interesting lakes over there in Minnesota. Rocky Lakes over in Minnesota, because Kyler Murray won the job. Now, over with the Vikings, they announced today that Kyler Murray will be the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. And if you go on social media, you're like, Kyler looked horrible in some of these practices. Why is he named the starter right then and there? We'll talk more. That topic deserves a little bit more room to breathe. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll get KFN's reaction on that. Is it more? Now, I will say this, because my question was, is it more about Kyler Murray winning the job or J.J. McCarthy losing the job? And I think it's the second thing. I do think in no world was J.J. McCarthy winning that job unless Kyler was hurt. I don't think there was a world where that happened. And now, what I didn't realize until we play this clip coming up tomorrow, Kevin O'Connell, is he on the hot seat in Minnesota? That was not something I expected, but the audio says otherwise down in Minnesota. Is he on the hot seat because of what happened? You know, things didn't work out with Sam Darnold. And then, of course, now in Seattle, he won the title. And then, I'm like, what? Really? So we got that for you coming up tomorrow here on Midnight Run, because they call him KOC over there in Minnesota. They get sick and tired saying his full name. KOC is apparently on the hot seat, I believe, in Minnesota. Did not even realize that. We'll play that for you tomorrow. But, Eli, we're going to end the show, as we do every single night, with another edition of Smash or Pass.
Yes, I love it.
Now, today's edition of Smash or Pass, don't just think of this particular item as just your normal cheeseburger.
Okay.
Think of what you can do with the bread of this cheeseburger. Oh, by the way, with the cheeseburger itself, with the meat, it's going on the grill. You know that. But think about all the other elements to this particular burger. Here is our unofficial network correspondent, and I mean very, very, very much unofficial network correspondent, Stefan Johnson.
You know, I'm not doing this one. No, I am not doing this one. It's simply too much. I guess I did it. All right, so first you're gonna take some hamburger meat. I simply seasoned mine with some salt and pepper, and then you're gonna put it molded in like a pan or whatnot, and I put it in the freezer for about 2 hours until it's like hard as a rock. Then I put that hard ass rock on my grill, high heat, let it go. Now the predicament was, he had a rake-sized spatula. I had no idea how I was going to do this. I had to take my regular bitch spatula and like a skewering fork, and I did it. It wasn't pretty, but it got done. Let the other side go, and you put on a flurry of cheeses. So he had the regular Domino stuffed bread. Me being the thick body I am, I got the pepperoni, baby. I put it on the grill to kind of heat up with it, let the cheese melt, then I split that bitch open, put the burger patty inside, and voila, here we go. So let me get us a cross section of sorts. Just going right there. Boy, that's crazy, boy. Boy, she pretty and pink, ain't she? Mm-hmm. Oh, you can see those pepperonis on top too. Boy, I'm about to bust. Going in, let's see what we got. Me. Oh my God. Oh, it's the perfect bun consistency. Crispy around the edges. A little bit of those like seeds or cornmeal at the bottom. Give it a little bit of a crunch. Of course, the crispy cheese on top, and then the pepperoni on the top and the bottom. A perfect burger. Holy. It's an A+. No notes. Have a good day.
Dude, that was amazing.
I forgot he had already put cheese on burger already.
Yeah.
And then you add pepperoni. I think first off, adding pepperoni to any sandwich.
Oh yeah, you saw the steak pinwheels yesterday and today. I mean, the crunch of the bread, the crazy bread, the cheesy bread, the pepperonis, the burger, just so much burger, the cheese, you put maybe some mustard or oh my goodness.
You know what? I would dip that in ranch.
I get it.
I would dip it, ranch, or you can do whatever. You can do a mixture of sauce. You can do, you could tell I was at a sub place recently. You could do Chipotle. You could do a Chipotle sauce.
Yeah, it's like a Chipotle vinaigrette or something. Oh,
yeah.
Man. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a, double A. It's don't twist my arm. It's a smash tonight.
He already ordered the stuffed bread. He put the stuffed bread on the grill after it was ordered.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, there's no arguments. There's literally no arguments out of me tonight. I mean, this looks phenomenal. Phenomenal. And less pain than the smoked honey bun, the bacon wrapped honey bun.
Yes. Honestly,
I'm still feeling that.
Well, and that was good too. That was more of kind of a chicken and waffle kind of situation, honestly. Now, I will tell you guys, and this is a smash, obviously, not every night is going to be something that tasty.
Yeah.
There will be some where you're going to look at this and you're thinking, yay. What are we doing? People are still talking about the Skyline chili one.
Oh, yeah.
that Skyline chili, that's a topic of discussion for some folks.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with it, but at the same time, I'm not getting a chili 5-way. Absolutely not.
No.
Maybe a 3-way, and then cut the cheese in half.
All right.
We'll be good. All right, folks. Tomorrow, here on Midnight Run, we got a lot more stuff to talk about. We didn't get to it, but the Guardians.
Yeah.
I guess we just can't score with runners in scoring position. We got bases loaded and stuff where we can't deliver, and we keep losing to top-level teams. So what are we doing with the play? Like, why are we even discussing playoffs?
I know. I know. They do it every time.
It's right. It was right there. You win these games. Chicago lost to Cincinnati tonight.
Doesn't matter. We lost to Detroit. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Terry Francona is still helping us, and it doesn't matter.
No, it's time to have a discussion again. I mean, we did tonight on Primetime, but again about the Guardians. They get in their own way.
How do you upgrade your roster at the trade deadline and then suck after the trade deadline? How is that possible?
That's a very Cleveland thing. And we don't usually love the Guardians and the Cleveland type shit, but that's a Cleveland type thing right there.
Nobody does that. Nobody.
No.
You upgrade your roster and you're good. You're golden. We upgrade our roster, nothing.
Yeah, Buster Olney said, from ESPN, Guardians #1 team in the AL after the trade deadline.
Nope.
No.
We'll never get love from national media ever again.
Sure won't. We can make 8 acquisitions. We ain't getting shit.
And then Jose Ramirez, what's up with what's going on with him?
The injuries I think are catching up to him this year, and he just can't catch his footing, and it's not good because we talked about it earlier on Primetime tonight. You don't have these consistents like Jose. Rocchio's starting to cool off a little bit. It's not good because the guys that you at least were counting on in the past or even this year are cooling off, and the acquisitions aren't really there all the way yet at this point.
We're gonna have to do some surveying a little bit. I want to know people's approval rating of Stephen Vogt at this very moment.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a discussion at this point. Definitely worth a discussion. 2 times you got to come back to win the division. Francona would never.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. Stephen Vogt. Either I'll talk about it or Primetime will cover it. Stephen Vogt, his approval rating. What is it at this very moment?
Yep.
And we're not talking about what he did in 2024 and I'm talking about right now. 2026, Stephen Vogt, what's his approval rating? Because based on some of the responses I'm seeing, based on the games and how the games are being played out, yikes.
Yeah.
What is not yikes is all of you tuning in each and every single night here on the Inside Edge Network. Remember to follow us at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Our website, check us out, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. We got merch. We got our programming schedule. We got our show, our host profiles, and you can get information on our sponsors as well. Which, by the way, we'll be adding Brothers Lounge to that sponsorship page. We'll be doing that. So we got that coming up on the website. And again, if you have a Roku, download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. We have you all locked in, covered, and ready to go. Folks, let's do it again tomorrow. Let's do it again Wednesday night. Our evening stream started with Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. You'll see my guy to my right.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eli Moon and Chad Bryant with Inside Edge Primetime at 10 o'clock. And then I'll be back with you for Midnight Run. As again, we're locked and loaded here in August. A lot of stuff going on. We'll have more schedule news. We'll talk Guardians, and then also we got more we got a lot of stuff to cover. And Kyler Murray, we got that to cover all for you tomorrow here on the Inside Edge Network. So I'm going to stop talking so we can end the stream. But we thank you guys for your support here at the Inside Edge Network. And guess what? Wednesday night, let's do it all over again. Bye-bye, everybody.